Dylan! You son of a bitch.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome along. How are we? What are you guys playing? What are you guys doing with your lives? Give me the good news. Lovely to see you. I'm back for some more No Rest for the Wicked. With Levy, the level 4. I think we just finished killing the boss. We're about to, or had entered Sacrament? Yeah, we're about to. Woo! Alright. My character has more clothes now, true. Not such a beach wash-up anymore. You're spreading managed democracy, alright. Assume that means Helldivers too. Awesome, awesome. I played a little bit of the first one, not as much as I would have liked. And none of the second one, although I think I would enjoy it. Man, there's not enough time in the day. You know what I'm saying? A lot of good games. Don't let people tell you otherwise. It's killing your 1080 Ti. Wow. Bet. Can't you just call up a rich uncle, send you a new PC? Whoa, you get an upgrade because the government is letting you have some of the money. Oh, that's going to be good. It's going to be good. Exciting times. Good luck, man. I hope it's really smooth. It works like a dream.
Dylan! You son of a bitch.
Upgrading your PC has to still be one of the great moments in life, you know. 5000 series? Oof. I'll let you astronauts play with that one. You're eyeing a 4070. Wow. Glorious. Love it. Real 4K gaming. How good will it be playing Battle Brothers? Will it add legs to my characters?
Sacrament's gates are always open to those in need, or those who keep her safe. Help yourself to our food and shelter.
But leave the ale to me.
Never wanted to see him like that.
The rookery.
You should go to the rookery, high above.
But I want to cook. Alright. Ooh, we got some ingredients here. Big fan of the curry. Did you work on Tarkov or just play it quite a bit? I did not work on Tarkov, but I did play it. And I've seen him out. For someone who likes to pretend that they're a no-lifer, actually do have other commitments. I played it way too much for not being in that status of gamer. Yeah, I love Tarkov. For that latest drama. Ooh-wee. Good stuff, right? Good stuff. How big of a dev studio? To be honest, I don't know exactly. The entire studio is work from home internationally, so there's like I know a very small percentage of people that actually work. Because they're just off doing unseen things, and then I play the game, and I'm like, holy cow, you know, like other people I work with did this. So, yeah, it's a different kind of studio for sure, and it's always been 100% work from home. So it's yeah, it's a different kind of studio. It's really interesting. First impression is wow, it looks amazing. Yeah, the artists absolutely. The artists and level designers. Like the design is good. The design is good, but it needs work in places. And because it needs work in places, and the art and level design is so amazing, it kind of makes me like, you know, a little bit. We'll get there. We'll get there. But yeah, I'd say a lot more polish needs to go into it. The design, the level design. Is it a grimdark? Somebody said that in one of the YouTube videos, and I was taken aback. Because are we allowed to just casually throw that term out? Because yeah, there's grimdark and then there's grimdark, if you know what I mean. Can I roll? Sure. Yeah, I'm a normal, almost fat. So I don't have the fat roll. See the fat roll? Oh, that's not going to weigh me down. There we go. Now I'm in heavier armor. Oh. See, they don't have the... I was going to say, this is the role I would do in real life, but they don't have what I would do in real life. And we have to lower the bar, or have the bar at least somewhat high. But oof, look at that. Just, oh, it's like I'm taking a nap. So good. So yeah, there's the roll. It's the meat roll. Yeah. A little bit of fishing, yeah. The thing I love is mashing the jump or roll button in all games. Yeah, I'm a bit of a jump spaz too. I actually
I've scoured the realm, so you don't
that was a thing when I was playing Dark Age of Camelot. Back when we were working on WoW.
everything is right.
And one of the founders that I worked with, on Abham, didn't realize the value of that, like in a social set. Didn't realize the value of people that are just always spamming actions, whether it be jumping or whatever. Because like you'd see your friends from a distance coming up, and one of them would be jumping like a spaz. That was me, and then the other guy would just be running. And he knew who was who, even though we might have looked similar on the horizon. And just how important that is to like the social experience, you know, like the fact that you can and people do, like that. It's another way of individualizing yourself in a social environment, which is really interesting, you know. And
What do you call it when a cat wins first place at a dog show? A cat has trophy.
oh, and thank you so much for the 67 months. Another month, another pun. Wow. Movement expression, yeah, right. So, and we ended up talking about it. It was so interesting because then over time he became a jump spaz because he wanted to distinguish himself in that way. He didn't understand, why do you jump all the time? Why do you jump? Like he just thought it was so weird that I did it.
Son of a
So I had this whole conversation with him. I remember, it's just so funny. I don't know why I remembered that all of a sudden talking about jump spazzing, but main tanking and Kara, yeah. I mean, and you can get into some people just need, like, it's hard to sit still, right? Some people are just that way. And so, you know, the road class is built for them.
I've scoured the realm,
And wow,
you don't have to.
you know, jump spazzing is, you know, like, that's just, some people are like that, and it's nice that games, like, accommodate. I know it sounds little, but I think it's little things like that. You know,
Everything is your price.
it's just one of those things that it's in that category of taking games that are a 9 and making them a 10. Little things like that. Well, don't get me started on jump by itself, because jump is the whole thing. I know you're gonna bug me because you can't just push a button to jump, but we have jump. It's just the character's more reserved about when he does it. But yeah, thank you so much, Madoman. Really appreciate you. Spoiling you with streams, true. Sensory seeking behavior, right. That's a personality thing, yeah. Is the sound, the mining is meaty and the tree chopping is heft, it just feels, yeah. Gallery design is also very, very good. Yeah, there's so many things that are at such a high level in this first blush of the game that again, like, the design needs to catch up in some ways. Like, and then obviously we have to figure out a way to keep up with the demands. Because if, you know, like you guys, for anyone who's been playing the game, you know, obviously, if you've fallen in love with it, you want more. Now you want more. So we'll see how fast we can deliver this quality consistent. I trust that we can, but you know, things take time, so it'll be interesting to see. because I don't want to deliver faster if it means cutting this quality too much, you know. So. Try last night's really well done. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Strength necessitates diversity. Oh, adversity. Do you think that adversity in games contributes to real life resilience? Should have no effect? Yes, absolutely. 100%. The stakes aren't as high, but that can be a good thing. Well, the stakes aren't always as high, but they can be just as high. Like if you've ever, especially when you consider the social, right? Like if you're in a guild and you know you don't get out much, right, for whatever reason, we'll call you a basement dweller, but let's just say you don't get out much, you have anxiety, agoraphobia, whatever, you know, and within this video game you connect with people, they become your social circle, and then you do something really stupid and you lose that social circle, right? Those stakes are very high all of a sudden, you know, like you messed up, and that can be very, very detrimental. So in that sense, the stakes can be as high, but generally speaking, like almost always, like if I die to a boss, you know, okay, you know, I might lose a controller, but the stakes aren't as high as like you know getting fired or you know real life stuff, you know, like a lot of real life stuff, but learning how to react to you know, losing to a boss, you know, like over time you learn not to throw your controller. That's going to help you in real life, you know, like that's why games are so good for kids in a lot of cases, because you just learn so much, and a big part of the learning is you learn more when you fail than when you succeed. So failing is an important part of learning. Adversity, as you said, very necessary for growth, and so that's why I'm such a huge advocate for challenge in video games. Like I don't want to stroke your ego for hours on end, you know, like there are games for that, and that's fine. And if you've been challenged all day and you want to come home and have a game stroke your ego all day or all night, that again, that's fine. There's plenty of games for that. But when I make a game, I want to challenge you. I want you to get emotional, you know, like, and I want you to learn something. I want you to learn how to beat a boss. I want you to learn how to regulate your emotions when things are going badly. I want you to learn how to adapt and overcome the challenges in front of you, and yada yada yada. Right? Like, you guys know the quote that I put in my manifesto when I was talking about PvP and WoW. The quote was from Fight Club, and I love this quote. How much can you know about yourself if you've never been in a fight? So that stuff transcends whether it's a video game or real life, you know. So I am a huge advocate of testing yourself, challenging yourself, whatever it is you're doing, and the growth that comes with it.
If you make for the rookery, it lies
Where can I read that manifesto? I don't have it. Like, that's the thing. Like, it might be somewhere on a Blizzard server somewhere. It was an email I sent from me to Alan Adham. It was one of the first things I said to him. It was this giant email. I was a total raving lunatic. That could have been the moment he was like, this person is crazy, we need to get him off the team. Instead, he read it the next day he came in, he said, I agree with almost everything you wrote. How are we going to make this happen? How are we going to convince the team that PvP is important? You know, it's part of work. It's part of Warcraft's very fabric. You know, there's war right in the name. So, but yeah, so I took a risk, but I was passionate and believed in it, and it paid out because I think a WoW that would have been bereft of PvP and that kind of stuff would have been a much inferior product.
No.
But I've taken that
No, you're really here.
I've taken that philosophy
There in
forward
Sacrament.
ever since, emboldened
The water
by
was right.
the response I got.
Came.
I've doubled and tripled down on that philosophy, which is test the players, put players in uncomfortable positions, cause them to fail.
Tell me,
so that they learn
I'm
how to
convinced
deal with
this spot
failure.
is now relics of your kind. You should see it for yourself.
But what do we call failure in video games now? What do we call those moments where the player feels bad? There's a name for it. You guys, can someone put the name for it in chat? It's 2 words. Progression? No, no. Pain points. Perfectly said. Yes, Prof. Kid. Well done. Pain points. We call them pain points. And what is the first thing we want to remove from all video games these days? Pain points. No. Don't you dare. Conversion opportunities. That's right.
Just across the bridge.
But it's a very common practice these days. The other term I've heard for it is deprotagonizing. Because if you feel bad, if you ever fail, that means you're no longer the protagonist. It doesn't make you feel like the protagonist anymore. And to be perfectly honest, that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. What is the one thing that the protagonist does in a story? He fails, he suffers, and he goes through some sort of growth, right? It's exactly the opposite of what we're talking about. So people that talk about pain points in that way or deprotagonizing in that way don't understand story, and they don't understand the value of growth and challenge and things like that. They just want to be happy all the time. And I get it. I get it. Like, some people don't watch horror movies. They only watch fun comedies or whatever, I get it. I really do. But that's just not the kind of thing I want to make. I want to make a game that pushes. I want to make a game that twists the knife a little bit, forces you to figure out a way out of the box. It's the deepest design tech I think you've never gave. Really? I feel like I talk about this all the time, but probably in different words. For me, it's time gating. Yeah, right. So time gating is another really interesting one. We can talk about that for a minute. So wasting the player's time. That's the other big one. Every moment that I'm not getting a reward is wasting my time. There's an absurdity in that, right? And even if you could measure, reward per second in like a in an incomplete way, like it's only the second that the gold is going ching into your, purse, right? Ching, right? Or that you're getting a point for doing something and high score like the old school arcade games. The rest is wasting your time. Respect the player's time, right? Because like you have a job, you get a paycheck, but you have to commute to that job. Like there's a lot that goes into, you have to prepare for that job, you have to look presentable before you leave the house. Are all of those things wasting your time, right? Now the commute, that one, all right, we could talk about that one, but like you putting in the work to look presentable or whatever, getting your morning coffee so that you can actually wake up, whatever it is. There's just a lot of things that go into doing a good job, and you don't get paid for 2 weeks, but there's a lot of big moments and a lot of little moments that all contribute to getting that paycheck, right? And so this idea that we're entitled to a reward every second, otherwise it's a waste of time, is so weird to me. It's just so weird. And so we aren't allowed to make the player wait anymore. But there's it's a necessary thing. Pausing, ebbs and flows of the emotional experience, like you can't always be stabbing the boss. You can't always be, you know, at that kill moment of the boss. You can't always be opening the boss's treasure chest to get your reward, right? Like, you got to do things on the way. And each of those things is a test, right? Like, they test various things and in different degrees. And so, and people want to get rid of all of the little tests to just have the big one, or all the tests they don't like so they can just have the tests they do like, not realizing the whole experience, the total experience, and how it contributes to a sense of accomplishment. Because hard work makes the sense of accomplishment deeper, more gratifying. And so, and there's a time and there's a difficulty baked into that. Like if you're just given something for free, right? The participation trophy, how much does it mean? Very little. But if you only get it for being the best, and it took you 6 months to prepare, be the best, that trophy means a lot, and it's something you cherish the rest of your life, you know? In terms of like lifetime accomplishments, 6 months is like nothing. So, and obviously we're talking about video games, so everything is kind of condensed, but these arguments are nuts to me. And it's also one of those things that, like, it's really difficult to explain to players in a way that players will just agree. You know, I can wax philosophical all I want, but I think one of the fundamental differences between me, a game designer, and someone who's playing the game, who's a player, not a game designer, is that they don't understand. You know, players don't understand this, and game designers do. So, and there's just a fundamental disconnect, and it's really difficult to make people appreciate. It's possible to play this game entirely with magic. I don't know what you mean by entirely, but we have caster classes, yes. And so, now, right now, we have our focus system, which is something that you gain from melee. So you got to swing your staff in order to build up focus in order to shoot fireballs at the moment. But, no, a caster without like unlimited focus potions, just as an example, or fish meals, can just cast indefinitely. So it's a bit of both at the moment. But I'm not convinced we're in our final state in terms of the casters and archers. So right now they require a mix, but I feel requiring that mix is not quite hitting the class fantasy that you might be looking for. So I think there's more design work to be done to try to bridge the gap. But what we don't want is to end up in a situation where, like, I think Elden Ring, the caster classes are sort of easy mode for a reason, because the game doesn't handle ranged very well. And so when you just roll away, throw another spell, roll away, throw another spell, I don't think that's particularly good gameplay, and I don't think it's as interesting in terms of how the enemies and the bosses deal with you and things like that. So I don't think that's our target either for what we want casters and archers to be. So it needs more work. You don't mind putting in some work yourself? Yeah, weirdo. Yeah. And so, and there's different kinds of players, right? So how do we convince those positions of power at these companies to adopt your philosophy in game design? I think the same way, but I despair that those who are running the show will never get there unless something changes. Yeah, Dreadwill, I mean, that's one of many problems in a lot of, we'll call them AAA companies. Yeah, so the objective of a lot of games and game companies is to make money. It's first and foremost. And so they'll tend to bend the knee to the masses that want to never have their feelings hurt, and they're just given rewards for showing up. And because that's what players tend to ask for. We're greedy, selfish creatures, right? By default. So we're always going to just ask, give me more faster.
Jobu was here. Kevin Joe Camp.
Joe was here. How you doing? Delicatessen Dave. Thank you so much for the 47 months. I really appreciate you. Yeah, so it's a tough conversation. The best design's happening at the indie level, as you know. And then, yeah, like obviously a lot of AAA companies have sort of lost their way when it comes to game design. They focus on splashy graphics, big explosions, lots of reward per minute, good advertising, just making people aware that the game exists, and then getting you to buy it. And it doesn't matter if you have a good time. Ad break. But got a new job. All right, very nice. It's also just in general, like, yeah, so they want your money, and then they get it for the purchase, they get it for their special offers of the different packages, the microtransactions, the in-game shop, like, so that's the goal, is to just separate you from your money. Other games are trying to give you a good time. Some studios are a bit of both, like the guys at the top obviously want the money, and the guys working in the trenches on the game itself are trying to deliver the best gaming experience they can, while the orders from the top are screw everything over with an in-game shop and microtransactions, greedy practices, right? So, and you got to feel for them as well, just to some extent. So it's a mix of the objectives, like it's a billion-dollar industry, billions and billions of dollars. So there's a lot at stake, and people want in on that. So it's attracted people that like money. And there's not enough, on top of that, there's not enough talent to go around. Like, we have way more games being made than there's enough talent to support, so it's difficult. But ultimately, the best way to convince, and this is an uphill battle, you convince them with your wallet. Stop buying outrageously priced package deals and spending money on microtransactions for cosmetics that don't matter because the game's going to be gone in a month because it sucks. I don't have to convince most of you of that. You guys are, relatively hardcore gamers hanging out in a Twitch stream in the middle of the night, so most of you have already know this lesson. Some of you don't. I'm kidding, you spend your money. But that's not the group that you need to worry about. You guys get it, for the most part. But a lot of people they see a thing, they can afford it, so they buy it.
I knew his letters were not in vain.
Let's watch this glorious cinematic.
It's an honor to meet you. I've only ever read the ancient texts about your kind. They have come, Master, from across the sea.
The pestilence. It festers. Everything it touches.
Did you not hear? The serum have arrived.
They won't come. Never answer.
I apologize. He is a brilliant scholar, but it's been so long. God's reach. They're already here.
Governor Ellsworth.
Madrigal Celine, I apologize for the lack of a formal welcome. If you sent word, it must have been lost.
A welcome sight, though, aren't they? About time Phelan sent reinforcements.
My inquisition is here as an act of mercy, Baron Winnick. There is an unholy presence on this island. I have come on behalf of King Magnus, who sent me.
King Magnus? The boy.
Forgive me. I thought you had heard. Your brother, the king, has passed.
How long?
It will be a week tomorrow. You should return to Phelan, Governor. Your nephew has extended his hand. He invites you to rejoin the family.
Thank you, Madrigal. But Sacra is my home.
Sacra will be in capable hands. My Inquisition have quartered ourselves in Fort Reach, and will remain for as long as it takes to heal this island.
Fort Reach? Sacrament's a bit out of your way then, isn't it?
My outfit encountered a group of raiders as we came ashore on your coast. We sent all of them to rejoin God, save one. I thought she might be of particular interest to you. We could have left her body by the side of the road with the other animals. Consider this an offering of goodwill from the church.
Where was the touch when our people were sick and starving? We're done begging for scraps. We take what we need.
Odessa. Don't.
Leave her. I'm sure the governor can properly discipline his own daughter. At least as well as he governs his city.
My apologies, Madrigal. It's... She does not stand for sacrament.
Damn right I don't.
Guards, take her away.
This way, Rhythm. I should have never taught you that little move.
You will arrange an escort for my vanguard to Kalen.
Kalen? It will be done. Is there anything else we can do?
You can rejoice, Governor. Your salvation is at hand.
Oh, the Inquisition at our gates, in ceremonial rookery. We've prepared lodgings below. A humble room, to be sure, but safe and warm. I hope you've arrived in time to save our fair island. Not only in time to witness its ruin.
Ruin! I vote ruin. That's right. I'm sticking your dagger on top of your chest. Alright. What do we get? Putting away these things. Foreshadowing there. Anything else I can go? Yeah. Have some advanced knowledge of the things that I'll need. I take full advantage. Secret knowledge. Ooh, stack size went up. Let's collect this. Hold on, it's helping with inventory issues a little. 25 max there.
Rotten boards, decayed and crumbling, just like the old man's mind.
The Inquisition. What a show.
Apprentice of his, useless scrapper, couldn't lift anything heavier than a pen.
Have I checked out Death Must Die Ravenspaw? I haven't. I really like Vampire Survivors. And I played a bit of Rock and Stone, Deep Rock Galactic one. Had a pretty good time with both of those. I liked Vampire Survivors considerably better. But I haven't had time to try out all the different ones that have come along. No, I haven't watched Mythic Quest. I've heard about it, but I've never had a chance. Really need a controller for this game. Keyboard is ill-advised. Yeah, the keyboard and mouse needs some work.
have to head upstairs. There's no way down for now. A fine staircase. In most days you'll find Maker and Danos.
Yeah, still need some work on the defaults. Obviously, the big thing we need is remapping. Message received loud and clear. We're definitely working on that.
Oh, good. You're awake. Please, Sarah, you must see this.
You were heartbroken when I didn't close inventory. The greatest weapon is fear. Fear and surprise. Two. They're two greatest weapons. So great. Thank you, Beaverhausen. Welcome along. Doesn't look snooty at all, right? Yeah, they convey so much emotion and character. The animations, and character movements, and of course the voice acting is amazing. You want the execs to be here? Yeah, I mean, right, so... The distance between execs and development teams varies based on the studio, but yeah, it can get too big. Once it gets too big and too profitable, that distance gets larger and larger. But it's difficult for companies to hold on to their strengths. How you doing, Kinski? Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Gonna get a death total? I've never died.
Grotesque display. I left a vial of its blood here on the table, but when I returned, I found it altered. The Watcher, he must have refined it, purified it. An ancient technique. Now you just need to I apologize. The ichor must flow through your veins. Go to the Watcher. This gift.
Look at this dude. Does this look like the guy I killed? They let him keep his little hat. That was nice. Want to see a little sacrament? Glorious. Where do you want to go? You guys think I should get the old standard? So this is a very first pass on this system. Play Gicker for things. Some people have already spotted, some of the obvious flaws, like +1 ring slot's the only power generating. Well, directly power generating. Obviously, switching weapons mid-fight can be power getting or contributing, depending on the weapons, the alternate weapon, and depending on how fast you are juggling inventory in the middle of a fight. But again, it's kind of loose, so. But ring is the only one that's just, lets you equip another stat stick that always benefits you. And then a lot of these others are convenience, so. But I'll take the convenience for now. But yeah, that system definitely needs some more time with it. Something we'll be looking at in a lot more detail.
Now, if you should encounter any more of the Torn, collect their ichor and bring it here. But be careful, this island crawls with villainy. I suggest you visit the market for supplies before you leave the city.
That's so true, Prof. It's very true too, even without execs. Like that whole tirade I went on about challenge and difficulty and pain points and all that. Like a lot of players would say that's old school design. Has no business in today's market. Players are different now. They don't want to be challenged. They just want to be given stuff, and you have to accommodate them. They don't want their time wasted, like they will say all of these things. And I'll leave it to you to decide if I'm out of touch or not.
The Madrigal requests your presence.
You know, personally, I don't think human beings as a species have evolved that much. I think we still crave all the basic things. And so, uh, the internet has changed
The
a lot
madrigal
of stuff about
requests your
us, but
presence. You must make your way through the nameless pass and seek her audience.
At the heretic's gate.
At the pagan door.
This is the will of God.
the will of God is that you wear that suit.
Many lives ago, your kind fought the curse. The madrigal believes you may be of service again. As God finds meaning even in broken things, so does she.
Go east, toward the sound of steel and flesh.
The sound of deliverance.
Love to hear my take on the BSG thing. It was the only thing I thought of is it was just so very characteristic of them. It seemed to be a game that wanted to present itself as a certain thing. And one of those things is like providing a reasonably honest experience. Like before the drama, there are certainly arguments on both sides that I can see as valid about whether or not Edge of Darkness Edition was pay to win or not. But I wouldn't say that Edge of Darkness was blatantly pay to win. Or at least the percentage was low enough where it's still up to you to figure out how to win. Like nothing's being handed to you with Edge of Darkness. And so, again, the experience itself still had a fair amount of integrity, regardless of which edition you bought. There was more egregious stuff for sure in the Unheard edition that separates the two. And so that was a characteristic I was surprised to see. Then also just the way they presented it and the way they reacted to the feedback was pretty scummy in terms of like not giving EOD people, you know, pretty much access to all the things. And the thing is, like, I'm actually sympathetic to the cost of running single player PvE co-op persistently, you know, forever, right? Like no wipes, and how they can't give that to everybody. But oh my God, they could have presented that so much better, you know. Like they just said, hey, we don't have time to have every EOD person flood the servers with that, and so we're gonna have to roll it out in a staggered way, but somehow they came up with the really odd solution of just make a new edition that costs a boatload, and that will restrict how many people are able to use that feature. That was a weird conclusion to make when faced with that problem, you know? And again, a very uncharacteristic solution for them to grab onto. So, yeah.
You don't live from around here.
Yeah, and the quote, like, the quote from Lundmark was so good when he was talking to Asmongold about this, because I watched that particular video. How he said, don't attribute malice where incompetence is, you know, is a thing. And it's just it's so true. Because I do see it more as they screwed up. They made some really bad decisions. And then got emotional and overreacted and doubled down because of embarrassment rather than just saying, you know what, we screwed up, I'm sorry. You know, like, you know, let's fix this, right? Let's work together to come to it, right? And that's a difficult spot to be in, so. But, yeah, there's a better way to handle it than the way they did, so. Classic case of panties in a bunch over nothing. I don't think it was nothing. Obviously, like, there was a lot of hyperbole. There always is on the internet, because hyperbole sells. So, as you so accurately point out in the second half of your statement, Pete, that whole wiggle that killed Tarkov, right? Like, people think there's way more cheating in games that's ruining their life, than it's actually happening. Like, sometimes people are just good and they outplay you. But it's so hard to tell the difference, especially the worst player that you. So, in order to save face, we convince ourselves that it was somebody that cheated, rather than just saying, I kind of suck at this game. I had no idea you could come in through that door, right? Like, so, or I have no idea how server infrastructure works and why these things happen, or I have no idea why the audio doesn't work perfectly in every single area of the map, and therefore, based on audio cues that are buggy, I misread the situation and got killed because of it. Like, there's just so many things that can explain away cheating that are much more realistic, but people don't like that. We always gravitate to the most outlandish explanation. So, Tarkov is not a regular competitive game like CSGO. Devs clearly know this, but player interface doesn't. Yeah, there's some of that for sure. But they have set a standard. And I think a lot of the people that are playing the game appreciate that standard and don't really want to see it change. And so when a shift happens that seems uncharacteristic, to go so many years without too much of that stuff, and then to suddenly add it and put it behind a $250 price tag, just seemed uncharacteristic. It was a shock, so like the idea that the explanation that, oh, we plan to do this for the last 8 years, like, this isn't something we just thought of, this was the plan all along. That may be true, but I don't think that softens the blow of, what players have come to expect and appreciate about the game. But again, like, there's a lot of hyperbole and there's a lot of entitled, like, I paid for an edition, therefore I am entitled to X, Y, and Z. You're probably entitled to X in most cases, but Y and Z are a stretch. Or Y is a stretch, and Z is just like, come on, dude. Right? So, and that's because, a lot of people feel entitled to, well, I get the world now. I'm going to make everything part of that world that I get for free. If I ever have to pay Nikita another dime for anything, I'm gonna rage,
Son of a bitch.
The argument they were making is that it would price cheaters out or something. I don't think so. I don't think solving the cheater problem, like, PvE co-op is already devoid of cheaters, but I posted this on my Discord, but I think the saddest part for me is that they didn't have a persistent, like, no wipe system for players in the regular game before they came out with this edition, which allows you to do it in PvE. Because actually, what I don't want to see is like let's say the Unheard edition or the PvE co-op mode wasn't exorbitantly priced, and it was something that they could handle a giant population of people that play Tarkov to go and do right now. I think that would just pull so many people out and throw them into that. And most of those people would be players around my level and worse, right? So if I want to enjoy the original experience, like, I'm kind of happy that there are some people around my level and even worse than me. That's kind of comforting, like, if everyone's like a sweaty thick boy, like, I don't know how much longer I'd keep playing. Like, once I become like the bottom rung, and this is true for most competitive games, like, once you become the bottom rung and you recognize this fact, you're on your way out, right? Because you just can't buy a win. You can't. It's so hard to win. Like, you need an occasional extraction, and all of your extracts would end up being like, I play at night where I didn't bump into anyone or anything. And that's also boring, like some of the worst experiences I've had in Tarkov is where I didn't run into a single enemy player or scav. It was just so boring running around a devoid world and looting and leaving. That was the most boring thing ever. So I would have rather seen like a persistent server where players could play and it wouldn't wipe, and so over a long enough period, bad players would get gear and money and all the things they needed to try to be competitive, and all the best players would get to that level a lot faster, but then would have the temptation of doing the escape from Tarkov, which is the thing they've talked about, where you go through terminal or whatever, and you win and you leave, and then what do you do with that person? Either they restart with like some extra cosmetics to say how awesome they are, and then they go back in fresh with a bunch of players that have leveled up, all the casuals that are super geared, and then that becomes a fun challenge for them and cool for the casuals that get to kill like these badass dudes every once in a while because they outgear them. Or you send like that community of escapees to NG Plus land where they're all competing against each other in this new realm to go and escape a second time or to go gear up a second time before it gets wiped. Either way, the original server that has the people that have slowly grinded their way up and are persistent, like living in a world where they can win more matches because they're either fighting against each other and they're all kind of bad because the really good players aren't even there, or the good players are there but they're in a weakened state because they're recovering from, and that doesn't last long, but you know what I'm saying, like it increases the variance of chances that I might win a fight occasionally. And then you still have the Smurfs to deal with, the guys that refused to win the game and leave, and they're just super tanked. It's super good gear, and they're really good, but that's Tarkov already, so not much changes. But I would have liked to have seen something like that occur before pulling all the bad players out to go do PvE mode and just kill scavs, for 100 hours, do all the quests once, and then never play the game again. You know what I mean? Like, because I think that's the ultimate outcome, is you play the PvE, you do a few quests, and some number of quests you hadn't done before, and then you're done with the game, right? And so, and I think that's sad. I don't think that's really a result that is good for the game. So anyway, long rant about what I thought of the BSG stuff. I think a lot of it is based on this guy who was streaming himself cheating, doing a joke. Right, Halloweeners. Yeah, that's how it went down. And yeah, he found a lot of cheaters, but again, like, is a cheater in your game is one thing, but is a cheater affecting your game is another thing entirely. So I don't care how many cheaters are in my game if none of them are affecting me in any way. And so, but a lot of people do. Like, I get that. I care. They're just mad that there's a cheater in anyway. It doesn't matter if what they're affecting them or not. Just the fact that they're in there is enough to make them, rage quit the game. I get it, but let's talk about what really matters. And I think cheaters affecting you is what matters. And how often is that actually occurring? Like, what percentage of games is that actually occurring? And then what percentage of games do you think it's occurring, but it actually isn't? And you're misattributing, your death from bad play to, oh, he was obviously cheating. So, yeah. And that's what I'm more concerned with at the end of the day. Let's pay 150 bucks more and get a thing to have less scav aggro. That's fine by me. I like popping scavs, so I won't buy it. But I don't care if he does. I don't see it as pay to win. Yeah, I mean, pay to win, we could argue off and on. I just don't think it's a good addition. I don't think, like... I don't think snipers or scavs not shooting you from further away makes for a better game experience. It doesn't matter how much you pay. Like, I think you should have to figure out how to deal with sniper scavs. Where they are, how far away they can aggro you, where are the safe spots to run, where they aren't. How to bring a weapon that can deal with it if you need to, or a conscious decision that if you don't have that kind of weapon, you have to figure out another solution to the sniper scav, you know? Like, just having them ignore you, like, I don't know, can I pay $1,000 so scavs don't... None of the scavs pay attention to me? Like, does that make for a better experience? Can I pay $2,000 so I'm invisible to PMCs too? I can't hurt them, but they can't hurt me. Like, does that make for a better experience, right? So, to me, it's less about pay to win as it is like why are we offering these things? Yeah, exactly, Ultimatos. I agree. The AIs are very learnable, and I think a lot of the tension comes from having to kill AI while worried about a PMC hearing your shots or being nearby and coming to third party you or killing you when you're looting the scavs. Like, that's where all the fun is, you know? Like, it's not just how do I shoot these guys. It's what is the experience, you know, and is it made better by there not being any players around ever. So yeah, I don't know that it is.
Sarah, a moment?
It's a pretty blatant hit piece video. Yeah, I mean, we can debate that. You certainly should. You're right to question what was in it for him, because that video was very, you know, very popular and went around everywhere. Got a billion views and probably made him a decent chunk of money, you know. And so, yeah, question his motivations, right? But on the other side of that is, don't just be a BSG apologist, you know, like, don't take everything wrong with the game and spin it to make it sound like there's nothing wrong or can't be improved, or, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't think I want to go to the place of, is cheating yourself as a means of showing how much cheating there is in the game? Like, is that is that appropriate? You know, that's a whole can of worms. That's a pretty deep topic. I'll leave you guys to, you know, sort that one out. But I do believe there's a world where somebody cares about a game and is motivated to, you know, complain about something that's bothering them in the sincere hopes that, you know, they fix it or they do whatever they can. But I also don't, I think it's really silly to think that BSG doesn't care about cheating in their game, you know, and doesn't spend a lot of money trying to combat it. I think that's a silly claim. And, you know, you hear a lot of tinfoil hat things of, like, they want cheating because then they can ban them and all those people have to buy more accounts, so cheating makes them money. But, you know, there is some truth to that, but how much does cheating cost them in terms of people won't play their game because they perceive that there's a ton of cheating in it? So, I don't know, I think the evidence is inconclusive when it comes to whether it's a cost to them or a benefit to them. But I think there is a tipping point. I think there's a tipping point where there's enough cheating in the game where people just stop taking an interest. And WoW botting, I think, I'd say is well beyond the tipping point. Like, people see it all the time. They see almost no action being taken or not nearly enough action. And they just wonder, what the hell? You know, like, why? Why doesn't the company care about this? Why don't they do something about it? You know, these are the questions the average player is left with because they see it so much, and it's a very negative feeling going on in the back of everyone's head while they're playing the game. So, for BSG to appreciate cheating because it's making them a lot of money is pretty short-sighted, and I don't think they're doing that because I don't think it would be worth it in the long run. And that could again be the incompetence of recognizing how short-sighted it is, or again just people on the other side saying, well, of course they do this because everyone is evil and malicious and greedy, and, you know, and BSG are no different, right? So they want to paint everyone with the same brush, which is, you know, out to get me. You know, it's hard to distinguish when it's real and when it's just someone throwing a tantrum.
Saren, a moment. If I might bend your ear, I've a proposition for you. I saw how you dispatched the raiders in the old fortress. You've had a taste. Any interest in the meal? My men spotted the risen warlord, Darak, in the Orban Glades. He's been a thorn in Ellsworth's side for too long. I sent a contingent after him, but if you were to find yourself heading west, you might join them and do Sacrament a service. We would all sleep better knowing Darak's below ground.
Kill the big man. Gotcha.
This island will be healed with one stone. No, with my hands, anything you come. And for yourself, perhaps you may want a home here one day. There was greatness here once.
Yeah, so we've talked a lot about Tarkov, talked a lot about WoW as always. Let me know if you guys have any no rest for the wicked questions. Obviously I love the design philosophy talk, and yeah, that was good, but yeah, let some people that care about, those of you in the front, let some people who care about no rest for the wicked elbow in a little bit. Contribute all! Alright, so this needs some work, I'll admit. We have so yeah, all of the upgrades requiring essentially the same cost, I think could use some design. Lodging staircase would be the only one that's a little different. And some are like tier 2 already, but yeah, first pass. But I think people get the idea. The idea that we're selling here is that Sacrament is this ongoing place, and it can be upgraded and transformed and made better and give you access to lots of cool things you can craft and upgrade and build and buy, and, right? So, yeah, you want to do all these things. And so there's power level reasons to go chop down a tree, which again, some consider to be wasting their time, and others are like, oh, I love chopping down trees, it's relaxing, fun, but I love that experience. But yeah, so that's what we're hoping to provide. What else should I make? I'm gonna be leather, so let's do Mary and Mary's. Don't have enough copper ore. There you go. What's your PC specs? No, you may not. No, I don't. I honestly don't. Stop and look it up. It's a reasonably recent system, so it's pretty good.
I told Ellsworth I'd orders. Well, as long as you're here, which I doubt will be for long. I've bounties to collect,
How far for
challenges to complete, and not enough men to carry them out.
time needed? Was it made in Unity? Gosh, should I answer that? I don't know. I won't answer because I'm not sure how much they want me talking about the engine. It's a purely single-player game. At the moment, yes. But multiplayer is in the first update. First update? Yeah, I believe it's the first update of the roadmap. So we have a lot to figure out still. We've got some general ideas, and we can play multiplayer internally. So it's not something that we built and now we're like suddenly trying to tack on. It's always been on our minds. We've been developing with multiplayer all along. So, but we want to do it right, and there's lots of little little issues to solve, lots of little things that we need to take special care with. So
Every day it seems there's more.
but yeah, it will be multiplayer, small group multiplayer. So right around 4 players, give or take. So, but yeah, we love the idea of group experiences, sharing it with your friends. We love the idea of you being a community member in the town, and as part of that, like, you have a role, so 4 of us would sort of decide, split the duties, as it were, and based on things that we might each want to do, and then that you work together towards a common goal, and you're part of a larger thing. So that's one of the awesome things about group play in my mind is, everyone has a job to do, and those jobs are different, and you rely on each other to accomplish the goal together. So so part of that is combat, combat roles, and the other is like Sacrament, like community member roles, if that makes sense. Block attacks with what? A dang dagger. So what am I? This one needs some better wording. Kill 5 risen scoundrels with a spear. Is he a demon slayer? Or a demon slayer? Do the risen scoundrels with carry a spear? Or do I kill risen scoundrels while I have a spear?
So much past and so little present.
Well, which is it?
Why kill men for free when you can be paid to do it?
That's all I'm saying. Easy there, Joker. Is WoW Classic dead? I don't know. Is anyone still playing?
Maybe they know.
M&M and all. Is that Might and Magic? Is it still a secret on which project you are working on? Welcome along, Asher. No, it is not. I have announced. It is this very game I'm playing. This is what I've been working on the last 2 years. It's coming up on 3. Monsters and Memories. Never heard of it. You're getting 15 FPS in this town. Okay. Optimization feels terrible. Okay. Yeah, we had a lot of performance issues early on, but we put out a bunch of hot fixes. 6 hot fixes in the first week. Have you tried with all the latest hot fixes? Has it gotten any better? Obviously, we still plan more, but yeah, the best thing to do is, like, if you continue to have problems, then, like, if you can find the Discord, for the game. You know, go to the Discord and like let them know your specs so that we can do compatibility testing for that specific system and see what's going on. Because like they do as many general fixes as possible, but after a while it comes down to what are people running, you know, and some people are running toasters. And we can't help them, and other people are running perfectly reasonable systems, and there's something we can do to specifically address the combination of hardware, you know, that's going on. So that helps them a lot, basically. Glad to hear it, Froghead. Just get a better driver. Yeah, update your drivers. What's the problem? Yellow question marks are nice touch. Yeah, someone pointed out how they're backwards to me, the non-traditional. You get the, well, I guess you get the exclamation point if they have an available quest, and then you get the question mark while you're still, not when it's completed and ready to turn in. So it's a little off from the standard. But, yeah, there you have it. 29 copper is all I have left? I have to sell. Oops. That's ready to sell. Alright. A hunter's knife and a shield. So I can sell these because we increase the durability on these massively to the point where I don't need alternates anymore. Mesh. A mesh helmet? Ah, gold. A lot of gloves. I want to try leather. So we will start selling some of our heavier pieces. Do I want to complete that quest? I could just these two, but complete that quest real quick. So maybe I do that.
Good to be back behind. From now on, how about I?
Yeah, so that was a question mark where traditionally, or that was an exclamation point where traditionally a question mark would be. This is Loop Life here. Yes. EQ like indie MMO, 3-ish years and dev worth the peep. Okay. It's called, what did you say? It was called Monsters and Memories. Interesting. I had not heard of it. Shouldn't a warrior be rewarded for stance dancing rather than punished? Yes, they should be rewarded for high skill play. But if you leave the rage intact, then all the stances blend together. In other words, you're in all stances effectively at times. And so then it just becomes which buff do you want. And so that was what we were trying to avoid. We wanted it to be a more committed thing. And for stance dancing to be this rare thing that you do to solve a very specific problem, then you go back to not stance dancing, being in the stance that's correct for that time, for what your job is. So, but yeah, so to leave your full rage intact, basically, it was like, okay, well, it doesn't matter what stance I'm in because I can just switch to any other and then do my thing. And the cost was like a global, essentially, and that wasn't a high enough cost. So we wanted you to be more committed not trapped, but more committed to a stance. Does that make sense? Repair? Oh. Seven of my funds. Magma ingots. Could upgrade this. Oh yeah. Oh, I should enchant it first though. I don't have the money to enchant. We gotta go make some money. I'm level 5. So. Alright, so we'll go back. Should we fast travel? I kind of want to just walk out. Oh yeah, because I gotta talk to the innkeeper anyway. I might know where the quests are.
See that?
Hey! Yeah, so that should be an exclamation point.
Me in's nothing but but no.
Yeah, slightly different.
In that case.
Non-traditional. I prefer traditional, it'd be definitely something I'd mention. But yeah, here's a guy. Oh, there was a thing there? That's why I was like... Got him. Am I still fat rolling? No. So I definitely just hit a thing that I couldn't see. Maybe it was there and I just wasn't paying attention. No, I'm hitting something right here. Yeah, invisible barricade. Take that. Oh, come on. It makes sense to start from scratch when switching stances, sure. I mean, from one perspective, yeah. I could see how it doesn't make sense, but usually more than one perspective in game design. We felt it was giving you way too much flexibility. So right, so the difference there is like you have charge in one stance, intercept, and what was the last one called? Charge, intercept, and the other one where you go to a friend. Like those are essentially the same mechanic, but slightly differently flavored. Intervene, yeah, thank you. Differently flavored for the stance that you're in, right? And if you can switch between stances without losing all of your rage, then you have access to all 3 of those movement mechanics, which are all pretty powerful in their own way. Without really a cost. So, and what is one of the things that people do the most when it comes to stance dancing? So this is a great example, is they charge and then they switch and intervene, right? Or not intervene, but intercept. And so the basic rule between those 3 is you can only do one, and it's flavored. It's designed based on the stance that you're in. But with stance dancing, you can break that rule, but we didn't want breaking that rule to be without cost. Does that make sense? So, obviously we let it happen. You can switch, but you have to do it at just the right time or you lose more than you're gaining, right? Because if you do it on a full rage bar, that's pretty painful. Oh, right there, boy. I'd rather be over here. Oh, dang. You specialed me. Backstab. You got. What did I tell you? I never die. That was an ad break, right? Where's the ad break when I need it? How you doing, Detective Blade? I feel you guys opted to make Warrior have a higher skill cap. Yeah, I mean, higher than who, I guess is the question at that time. We wanted the skill caps there to be a range. And, but all of them should have some skill, yeah. But in different ways, different challenges for different types of players. Warlocks, rogues. Yeah, I mean, you could say mage has low skill cap because all they do is frostbolt, you know, in a raid, but obviously in PvP they're doing more than just that, and so it's, you know, it's not a easy thing to say. You just rank them. You have to rank them with a bunch of context, and you know, obviously the type of mage differs. The frost mage, the fire mage. So I don't know, lots of variables, but. We definitely designed Warrior to not require stance dancing in order to be effective. Oh! It's a tough little hill to climb. Ocean Sunlock? Sure, but you had to do math to figure out how to stun lock. You had to piece together the combination of opening moves and finishing moves. Now, I noticed someone that's an expert player, like you probably are, because you're talking about stance dancing. This is like, are you kidding me? Like, you just need to do is figure out that you use this move and then that move. It's not rocket science, right? Like, sorry, it's not rocket surgery. That's my favorite new saying, by the way. I just, come on down. Come on down. Why don't you, yeah, why don't you come on down? You haven't seen Rogue take 0 skills video, right? So, again, like we're talking about, I'm talking about the average player. You're talking about within like the highly specialized expert player group that might remain or has spent years perfecting the game. Just got. Come on out. Come on out. Oh, he's a coward now. Oh no! Freaking parried me. Yeah, so again, we're talking about two different groups of people, but somebody had to figure out. Like, nobody knew anything. Somebody had to figure out, but we intentionally put in, use this combination, you get a lot of stun time. And players figured it out, but a lot of people just ran around pushing 2 buttons and didn't figure out anything. So. Oh, these guys are just perfectly hitting me with the timing. I cannot get a backstab off. Think you guys will charge $250 for co-op? Yes. New way games work, hell yeah. It's just money in the bank. Do you guys not have $250 in your phone wallet? Backstab him! God, I'm stuck. High frames, don't fail me now. Failed me. I don't know if I can do this. You know about the Fifth Horseman incident amongst the hardcore community? That place for now. Oh yeah, we have to do the potion seller. Almost forgot. It was so well hidden.
Watch where you're walking.
I'm walking here.
If you're looking for some swill that'll turn your eyes yellow and your piss red, might I recommend a tavern? Then again, you carry the markings of the Seraph. Care to prove yourself the genuine article and earn the right to taste my elixirs? Inside this cave, there is a rare and potent flower, Iona's bloom. Find the bloom, and if you are Selim, then I can make you the horse promise that you'll see God.
Whoa, spearman. Backstab to me. There it is. Good old red piss IPA. Mm-hmm. So we got the majority of hardcore knacks raid wiped by griefing the boss mechanic couldn't be pitched. Right, I do remember hearing something about someone that got an entire knacks hardcore raid. Yeah. Classic. Absolute classic. And yeah, for the record, I love that stuff exists. And that's what I mean by stakes, you know, like, I like that there are games with stakes. That stuff matters.
Let's see if the stories are true.
One of our design goals was don't make Utopia. Utopia is boring, so we always talked about social design. It was always guarded against making everything like forced nice, you know. It can only ever be nice to me. It's never the goal. came down the ladder this time. Oh, I didn't dodge that? Ah. Well, that death counter is turning out to be pretty prophetic. You guys know I was going to die these times. You just knew, didn't you? Cutting a double sword into the shimmering flats was one of the best hardcore moments I saw. I didn't see that. But yeah, hardcore is just so good. Glad finally got added so people could do it without having to like record their entire thing. I mean, we made it work each time, but. Oh, it says I'm gonna see God. Is he a whore? Oh, Jesus. We backstab. It's just what we do. This is my first game for console. This is for console? Do you mean, it will be for console, but it's PC first. For controller? Controller first, yeah. I don't know if controller first is the right way to say it. I guess it is. Thank you very much for the 5 months, 5 long months of stance dancing. I love it. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Can't get past him. Ow.
You don't belong here.
I don't belong. Let's backstab. I can't remember if I don't think we put Tyranny on console. So it might be, yeah. Might be. Gosh. Love the sound effects running on those. I went the wrong way. Should I go down? I've done enough. Yeah, I definitely feel like I went the wrong way. It's not the way I'm supposed to be going. Yeah, here we go. This is the right way.
Dylan! You son of a bitch.
Ooh. Bye. Well, don't tell me you're not gonna die. Oh, chucking things at me too. There you. Whoa! Oh, that's somebody else. What's my way again? These drugs are confusing me. Oh, here we go.
What's this then?
Really enjoy this quest? Yeah, it's a good one. I worry about its placement a little bit. I worry about the people that do it before they get to Sacrament as opposed to after. It's just a totally different experience potentially if you do it before. In fact, I blame a lot of the complaints of underability to this cave. I mean, I understand some people just don't like it, but a lot of people lost all their durability in this cave. Oh! else things change. These daggers need some work. Oof. Oh, I see. The meat curry. Throwing Molotovs, his favorite pastime. Likes to play these types of games on the couch, on the big screen, yeah. About FPS like PC at a desk, right?
Dylan, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, this has a lot of console sensibilities, right? And that's the Zelda influence that Thomas has talked about online. But yeah, it's they are different experiences, like, and a lot of people don't. We used to talk about that a lot. We used to say, feels like a PC game versus feels like a console game when you're making WoW. And I've always remembered those discussions because I do think it's a thing. Like, I don't think the games designed for one are equal to the games designed for the other. In terms of how you design them. I don't say one is better than the other, just how you design them. There's feel that goes along with the types of games they are. How they're going to be played. And not just, like, user interface either. Like, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but here's one of the examples I use frequently. If you walk down a street, like you're playing an RPG, you walk down a side street, and what do you find? What do you find in a PC game versus what you find in a console game? They both want to reward you for exploring a side thing, right? So the console game just puts a big glowing chest at the end of the side street, right? And they have no problem with that. No problem. Feels totally normal, natural. On the PC, they put a couple extra barrels that you can smash and get some fish or whatever out of. You know, like, it's not a giant chest that's glowing that anyone who lived in that world would be like, who the F left this out here? You know, like, how did this get here? So, like, again, just very different sensibilities. Well, how much durability do I have left on my pickaxe? 31, I think. Yes, it's copper. A wheel of fish, yeah.
Well, that is surprising.
What's up, Pixie Locks? How are you? During one hour. Yeah, so just different sensibilities.
I had to know if you were a true Serum. Iona's bloom shows Serum that which is otherwise left unspoken, and poisons anyone else who touches it. Perhaps you are worthy. Here, a token for your efforts. And for you say you came by way of Sacrament.
The stench.
I hate the city. That stench, that scurry.
If this guy's complaining about the stench, oof, you know it's bad.
Maybe there are more people there deserving of my gifts. Yes, a decision. I shall enter its walls and offer my services. once I catch this damn beetle.
Levels. The other thing. Oh, then there's the great old arcade game, Streets of Rage, where you fight through the streets and punch a phone booth to death. And inside the wreckage, you would find a steaming platter of like meat, like roasted meat. It's just so good, and you know, eat it up, get some health back. No one's complaining. Yeah, what are you? Are you a console game? Are you an arcade game? Are you a PC game? What are... What's up, Jake Tron? Yeah, Streets of Rage was so good. Floor chicken, best chicken, exactly. I'm out of crab chowder? Yes, I think so. Oh, I started to eat my curd, that's right. My XP potion. We got stats. Put it in a quick load. I'm gonna wear all leather. Let's see what that looks like. Leather's and softer. Did I say softer or lighter? Archer gloves. Okay. The hat. Yes, so far I don't need any. I'm not wearing any quick flow, but I'm not wearing any raw leather yet. I'm wearing cloth pants. Need more damage. I actually should put some in health though. Do damage for now. Off we go. The Shanghai kind of meat from Wizards and Warriors. What about Gauntlet? Warriors shot the food. Did anyone come to blows over that? The old golden axe, yeah, golden axe. Oof. PC's more serious mode, right? So yeah, it's a.
Maybe better this world, one body at a time.
Yeah, realism, serious, whatever you want to call it. That's kind of the expression I was going for. Okay, well, I would. Mushrooms. Forgot to do my blocking. Just to like kill those wolves right there, and I just didn't. Ring! Quick load increased by 10%. I got 3 silver now. Got some repairs to do.
Oh, so what do you think, Sarum? A humble arrangement, but perhaps the start of something grand. Yes, yes. Soon, even the birds will envy my plumage. My concoctions will haunt the dreams of the lustful, the weary, the spurned.
Why are you targeting the lustful, the weary, and the spurned to be haunted?
And you, of course. You're always welcome to sup strength and wisdom from my elixirs. If they don't blind you, that is.
For some reason, I trust this guy implicitly. Knave. There should be a knave.
Good date.
Alright, it's just enchanting.
I knew we are all soldiers now. Please, allow me. A black door was open.
Enchant the weapon. First and foremost. How do we do? Equipload decreased. Cold damage, good. That's pretty good.
Greetings, warrior.
Damage increased. Lightning. Or wait. I think I want to put a cold gem, right? Just do. Yeah, let's find a cold gem. Let's find a sapphire. Sell this one now. Are we sitting? Oh, look at us, just barely squeaking under. Still at a normal, but weight increased. Or equip load decreased. Perfect.
Everything is your price.
Perfect. I think the shortcut is built.
Maybe it's time you trade in that silly outfit for a uniform.
To get some free loot. There it is, the maze breaches. Oh, I'm gonna have to put points to the equip load for that. Crow ring. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, so I can't wear that yet. Next level, I put some into and then work towards our crow ring. Cowbell. Words. I think what you want is fever. think I hooked that one up. D4 flashbacks of Infinity text in each item.
Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
It's appropriately loud, right? Right? Stuff is moving around again. Don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it. So just keep this on. Let's see if those new stack sizes are making it doable. Ooh, got the cold on the daggers. Freeze them up. Makes it a little easier to backstab. It looks cool. Yeah.
Maybe it's time you trade in that silly outfit for unity.
I'll take it back to the potion seller's cave.
Maybe they know.
See that?
Or will it? No, no, I used the other one. Yeah, that's right. Dun dun dun. Let's kill these wolves. I got a bounty. Holy prescription. Some more wolves. Oh. Jesus. Yes, I happen to know they won't cross the bridge. Okay. Exploiter. Not afraid of a little wiggle. Telling you to stay out of Gotham? That's right. I'm a good near Gotham. This city's going to shit. Whoa! Doesn't like me looting his wolf. Aren't they? Wait. There's. Oh, God. This is not a friendly combo. Oh, hit him, yeah! Dodge the fool. Overcommit. Classic. Any loots? Not today. Whoa, flying wolf carcass. Nothing. Whoa! Down. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see. Working as intended. Landing his feet for a big guy? Really? It's upstairs.
Where did you go?
Oh, here we go. Ooh, these tanks are good. Oh, not good at killing rats. Or is that just my skill? What skill? Got him. Killer sprays. I'm addicted to rolling. This game has incredible potential. I'm glad you think so, Kurtzford. We are certainly trying to help it reach its potential. Like, for example, how many of you want to see more hot air balloons? I've pitched this, and I was met with laughter. I don't think they realized how serious I was when I said the fast travel should be hot air balloon travel. Who's with me? Oh, close. Give me a sapphire. Give me a sapphire. I've been running dual daggers and a spear dropped, and it changed my life. The click bug is evolving. I love it. Different tool qualities, possibly, yeah. That's something we've talked about for sure. Yeah, I don't think the tools are in the right place right now. We had something right before EA1, and at the last minute, we changed it to something else. And I don't think either of the approaches, before or after, were right. So one of the things we have talked about, though, is like tool quality. I think we're pushing more towards, or we're heading the direction of tool qualities with the change. Because once you give... Like, there are tool qualities, just to be clear. There are copper tools, and there's iron tools. But I think what you mean by that is, like... Ooh, look at that graphical glitch. I think what you mean by that is... Why can't I keep my train of thought? Like really special tools that do really fun things, like, you know, tools that are magic and rare and legendary, right? Like, which, yeah. So the bigger decision, the biggest decision we have to make is, are these things kind of disposable? Or, and kind of flavorless, ultimately kind of flavorless because you just use them and get rid of them. Or are they, you know, special and you equip one and then it's kind of rare. It's a rare event that you change your tool, but you're really excited when you do it, right? So that's kind of one of the big decision points. We have to sort of figure out what style do we like better. Legendary fishing rod is an automatic 10 out of 10, yeah. So there's certainly a lot of fun, you know, finding new tools and upgrading new tools and trying to kill bosses so you can get the best fishing pole, you know, like, screw getting an awesome spear, you know, you want the best fishing pole in the game, right? Like, there is a lot of cool, it has a lot of cool feel to it. So yeah, I could see us going that direction for sure. But at the moment, we're kind of like between, because we started out with really low durability, which made them sort of disposable. It was an ongoing sort of maintenance tax on harvesting, which is good as it supports all the other systems really well, the economy, etc. But it had a bunch of like negative aspects to it, like your tool breaks right in the middle of chopping something down, or you run out halfway through your run, you know, and people do really negatively to that. So what we did was we dramatically increased the durability. So now we're sort of between the two worlds where you don't really replace your weapons or your tools. You're not going through them, but they also don't really have any flavor at the moment. So yeah, it needs work. All right, let's see if I can put on my leather pants. Knaves, breeches. Kindler's braze. Soaked in soot and flame oil. I think that sounds right. Ooh, magic. Other body armor too. Oh, and here's some retro pants. Magic pants. Beautiful. And we do. Got healing effects for the roof. Weight decrease. Oh. I don't even need to put in points because I got the. I just need to put in points if I want to use the crow ring. So if I would do that, or the next boss I kill, I could just get a second slot. Oh wow, that's a lot. Okay, so if I were to do this, what would it take? Probably another level. It's a big commitment for Crow Ring right now. So Crow Ring's out for the moment. Oh, I should be blocking. Let me block. Let me block things for a bit. Did I go up yet? I don't think I went up.
We rise.
I block you. Scared of blocking you. I'm gonna stay. Oh no! Oh. 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 Nice dodge. Oh, yeah. Whoa. Good time to eat very well today. He hates that table. Play pattern on that challenge isn't great. Block a bunch of things. It's fine when it happened naturally. Just stand around waiting for things to attack. Dead zoning, yeah. He doesn't like stairs, right? You fall down a couple of sets of stairs. Yeah, you like while you're checking your footing, looking down, guy's stabbing you.
Fresh meat.
Oh, ah. Fresh meat, I've heard that before. Where do these guys come from? They come from the courtyard? Defense is the lower volume. Let's see if I can do this up there. Oh, that was... Look at it mount the table there. Block really special. Goodness gracious. I suck at this game. Not much point in eating if you're just gonna take a bunch of damage while you... Getting greedy. Dodge. Sneaky, sneaky. Is this a game you have worked on? I am working. Yes, and have for years now. Welcome along, neighbors. This is my secret project. Not so secret now. Sneaky beaky, like, that's right. Are there plans to make fallen embers a currency? They are a currency? Anyone want to tell them? Does anyone in chat know what the fallen embers? Or do we want to not spoil? I forgot to switch to my other. Come here. Oh, it's that last crack. That's what gets me. Ooh. This one is heavier. More poise defense, stagger resistance, stamina regeneration is nice. I don't like the rest of the attributes. What's my focus? Working on class design? Overseeing a lot of design elements. So, yeah, I don't... There aren't too many things where it's like, this is my thing. This is what I do. This is all me. That kind of thing. I'm more of a general advisor. But yeah, all the design stuff. But obviously I care a lot about class stuff. Historically. That's my jam, so... I'm allowed to play it on Twitch. I am. Yeah, a lot of guys, the founders have been pretty open and available on social media and stuff.
Less than 3.
Thank you so much, Sully, for the 5 months. Really appreciate you. So they've been pretty open, and I asked them, and they said, yeah, that's fine. Obviously, for those who have been watching my streams, you know that I'm not afraid of a little bit of adult language. I set my channel to 18 plus, but try to chill out a bit on that. Since I don't think they would care, but I feel like professional obligation not to be so loose with the chit chat of that variety. So you were coming for the swear words. Apologies in advance for the change of format. We have the sound bug. We get the sound bug occasionally. Wonder if I can... Let me try to reload real quick, see if we can get the sound working again. Darn it, straight to heck. That's right. Gosh darn it. Is this alpha? It's early access, yeah. Alpha's not the right word for it. But early access. Is that a fish? What is that flying around in the air? Well, that's a bird. That doesn't look right at all. It's a standing bird flying around. It holds a stamp of approval. No, I wouldn't put myself in that category either. I definitely suggest, but sometimes I'm not listened to. And, you know, like, this is largely Thomas's dream game. Thomas being one of the founders. And so, you know, I try my best to lend my experience to his ear, but ultimately, if he disagrees or if he wants to try something different, because I tell him, you know, this is what I think. This is what I think will happen. This is what I think how that design decision might inform this other thing or how this will play out. He's like, well, I want to try it anyway. Then that's what we do, right? So. Well within his rights, and I appreciate because he has a vision and he wants to see it before he decides based on someone else saying it won't work that it actually in fact won't work. So and that's the kind of thing you sometimes have to go through, have to see it in action, and you know, should go through if you feel strongly or passionate about a specific vision, right? So he is making fun of Newton. What did that guy say? Something about the bird? I'm gonna bird you? Is he responsible for the bird? It's a roguelike then? No, I wouldn't say it's roguelike. There is a mode that has a rogue-ish type element. but... Oh, that hit? Oh. What's I gotta do? I can't do it. I'm not with this guy chucking grenades at me. Happens to murder Troy. Will you take a break from attacking already? Oof. The RPG is probably most accurate? Yeah, depending on who you ask, right? Like, even that term is so loaded these days. Action RPG. Oh, you mean so Diablo? Okay. I mean, I'm not going to say it's not at least partially inspired by Diablo, but there's a lot of games out there that are action RPGs. They're nothing like Diablo. RPG, and they have action. Action to me is like not turn-based, right? Like, you seriously get me when I was crossing. Oh, leaving him frozen in the backstab is so good. What does early access mean? Is the game set to change at all going forward? Yes. Do you have more work for the game forward? Yes. So early access is like, here's the first blush, what do people think? We're definitely open to feedback, so not everything is set in stone, and this is just like an early copy or a demo. And we're just going to do what we were going to do anyway. We just want you to pay before it's done. It's not that, it's we want feedback, we want to interact with the community and figure out the best way to help this game reach its potential, as someone was talking about earlier. Oh, I escaped. So that's one of the reasons. And yeah, there's a lot more content coming. So we have a lot like spec'd out in terms of this is what we want 1.0 to look like. And quite a bit of it is done, but there's still more to do. And again, we want people's feedback so it can be somewhat collaborative. Like, I don't want to sell the idea that it's democratic design. Oh, god damn it, I ate a mushroom. Because that's not what it is. Like, it's still Thomas's vision. We want to make sure the vision hits, but there's wiggle room in there, to based on feedback, tweak things. So that's kind of what it means, early access. But yeah, get involved, play it, give your feedback. We'll listen sometimes, we won't other times. Oh, I should say we'll always listen. We won't change it to be exactly what we suggest. Or we might just say, no, that thing you hate is intentional, it's just doing a lot of work. Long time since I've caught a stream. Working this game. I did, Zohan, yeah. This is the game I'm working on. Have been for 2.5 years. Is it 2.5? Yeah, it's 2.5 now. Mm. Reminds me of the GBA games. GBA. Is the audio from the microphone whack for anyone else? Sounds very crumbly. From my voice or the game's audio? The game's audio is definitely experiencing a bug. Oh, I should have done a death drop on this guy. Better get your shield up. That's a fun fight in a tight corridor. Should we go down and fight Mama Bear? This is not going to go well, is it? Get me out of here. Oh! Through the wall while I was climbing the ladder. Hope doesn't mess around. Ready to give me my money? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I'm glad you like what you see. It has you excited. It's a taste. A lot more coming. But yeah, I won't speculate or try to convince you that it should be bought right now in early access. Such a tough personal decision. Meant to do that. Some people have been burned by EAs in the past. I totally get it. Some people want to wait until it's finished because they don't want to have to chop the experience up, especially the story experience. Oh, why did I leave? Must be getting... No, I'm getting a lot of health attack. Refilling the bar. Vamp attack, that's a fun fight. This little hole, or this little cave. Tower section. Uh-oh. It's destroy time. We'll be destroying. Something of low value. Fishing pole. Your voice in the microphone game audio sounds fine. Your own voice sounds like it's been passed through 1,000,000 low bitrate filters or something. Really? Jeez. Sorry to hear it. I'll have to listen back. Some corrections for next stream. How you doing, Tac Track? Nice to see you. Yeah, it has been a long time. My hope is to do some more regular streams for this game. So people can see how it's coming along. Let's go back to Sacrament. Old WoW buddy was recommending this game. Nice, nice. Did I work on Fallout when I worked at Obsidian? No, I worked on Tyranny for most of my time there. and for a short time I worked on Armored Warfare. Fallout was way before my time. I was at Blizzard when they were doing all that. What's up, Tom Cruise?
Dylan! You son of a bitch.
Bit crushed after working on video games for so long.
So
I
much
love it.
past and so little present.
We did it. We did this. Oh, there's pants around the ground. I gotta sell. Don't leave your pants on the ground.
Taylor's at your service. Mary, we agreed. My name goes first.
What's your thoughts on WoW Classic private servers?
No, Mira. I remember.
Fine.
Wilson.
Gosh, I have so many. I'm gonna save for a house, so I'll wait to do my enchant gambling until later on. Private server. So yeah, back in the day, I did not see them as a threat. Like, I didn't see the point of like aggressively shutting them down because they were so far behind us, and our product was so good, you know, that playing on a private server just ultimately was, I considered an inferior experience. It was free in a lot of cases, which was cool for people that, you know, wanted to play desperately but just couldn't afford it. And so that was nice because, you know, I've always created games to bring joy, you know. Joy first, money second, and you could argue even a very distant second, but I've always kind of been a purist, weirdly so, in, you know, to answer that question. And so it didn't bother me, but I also understand the legality of letting private servers just run your game, your IP, your property, without ramifications. And there is actually a real cost to that. If you let people do it and you don't do anything about it, then it becomes precedent that anyone can do it. And so you have to aggressively protect your property in the eyes of the law in order to prevent people from just putting out your thing and making money off it, right? So, you know, that's kind of why we went after a lot of private server. Blizzard went after a lot of private servers pretty aggressively back in the day. But I wasn't like intimidated or particularly bothered or, you know, pissed off that they were doing it. Later, and a lot of this is after I left, a lot of private servers started offering things that you couldn't get anymore, like the vanilla experience, you know. And that was a thing that you could make an argument was superior to Cataclysm or whatever, you know, and beyond, which was after I left. So then the argument changes a little. The legal argument, legal stuff doesn't change, but people's desire for that old experience, you know, now it's not as cut and dry as, well, Blizzard is just offering the better one. You're not just playing it because it's free, you're playing it because you like it better. It's actually, in your mind, a superior experience. So then it became clear, based on the populations of those things, that people actually wanted that. They wanted Littleton that became classic WoW. So it's nice that people eventually got it. You had to pay for it still, but that's also part of playing vanilla WoW. So if you want the actual thing, you got to pay for it. So, but But yeah, so, private servers have had an interesting history. But sadly, the legal stuff takes precedent over everything else, and that's just the way the law works. And, we can all sit around and wish it wasn't that way, but that's the way it works. And yeah, so unfortunately, private server stuff exists in a world that needs to be targeted in order to protect property, intellectual property. So, it sucks, but there it is. Was there something more specific? Will it get you in trouble? No, it wouldn't get me in trouble. I don't think there's anything really. I mean, socially in trouble maybe, but I don't think there's any legal trouble that would come my way for having thoughts and opinions on anything related to WoW. They were really bad during vanilla, yeah. And we looked at them and we saw that they were behind on patches. And, a lot of those early patches were actually really big deals. Like the first 10, 12 patches, I remember working on the class stuff, and every patch was a different class, which completely changed your talent trees and a lot of things. So it was like, that was important stuff, that was, if you were playing that class and you were playing on a private server and it was behind, it's like, oof, made you sad, so, yeah, again, it wasn't really competing. Here's a clip. Oh, sorry, I can't see. I don't have links allowed, so I appreciate you. But yeah, I'll listen back and try to figure out what the problem is. My mic broke. I have this great mic, but it broke a while back and I haven't fixed it. So I'm using the freaking mic on my camera, which is, not ideal. But I stopped. I didn't really care about it because I wasn't streaming, but it's something I should look into now that my plan is to stream more. I have THX stuff and listen to streams all day. The stream is fine. Maybe show your sound stuff or setting your browser. It's updated. Okay, so yeah, mixed reviews on my sound. It sounds fine or doesn't. Yeah, I'll listen back and see if it's in the recording. I will say it's an impressive commitment to reverse engineer something that works with the client made by Blizzard. Yeah. And, very few of them were running for profit. They allowed for donations and things like that, but that's for work rather than pay me for this great IP I came up with. But yeah, again, it's like that stuff gets trapped in the weeds really quickly on how right that is or whatever. And it's also an international. Like, a lot of these laws are international, but how people feel about it can be very cultural, depending on, where you are, so. Just want to hear what you would say on it, yeah. So those are some of my own feelings. Those seem to be the most common things people want to know about. Talk about private servers. Cata Classic pre-patch is currently in shambles. Yeah. I shouldn't laugh at it, but Blizzard's been struggling. Just been struggling with so much of their stuff. I sound like a 1920s radio show. Perfect. Hey, Dewdrops. Yeah, nice to see you. I thought you would be like Warcraft 3, private servers, serverless on Blizzard WoW client. Not sure if Blizzard option in the long run was better to host it completely. Right. Right, so sort of Warcraft 3 mods, the mod community. Yeah, that's a whole different thing. In my mind. But yeah. That's an interesting thing to think about, though. Why is it different? How? Hey, what's up, Eddie? Feels like a lack of manpower. Yeah. Um, it could be enough people. It could be quality of people. It could be. I don't know what's going on. It's hard to speculate. Why did Microsoft buy Activision Blizzard? I don't know. It could just be a sound investment. I mean, they bought it when the stock was super low. So it's probably the best time to buy it. And they're still a big deal. You know, like Activision Blizzard is still a major player. And so if Microsoft saw an opportunity to own a major player, which gives them the opportunity to make the IPs into greater money-making machines or shut down entirely, both of which are wins. Microsoft now has the full power to do either of those things, right? So it seems like a sound business decision, regardless of which way it goes. Struggling from success, they wish. I actually decided to give retail in Canada a try. I've been enjoying SOD a lot. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people enjoying SOD, which is always great. Like again, I might disagree with the design approach. What WoW meant to me and how it should be designed and built and how they deviated from that throughout the time between when I was there and retail's current, like there's a lot of things I might design differently, not have done, but and so some of SOD's design falls into that category. I don't think of WoW that way, but they decided to do things that way, which is their right. And I'm glad to hear that people are enjoying it, whatever form WoW takes. I certainly helped make WoW enjoy to people that are playing it. So every time somebody's enjoying it, whether it's my design or not, I'm happy, So it's just not the way I would have done things. Did I give Warlocks Chaos Bolt? I think so. Did I? What expansion was that? Basically, I did through TBC. No, not through TBC, through Wrath. So I did not do Kata. I did a bunch of design work for Kata, but I think almost all of it was thrown out. But I didn't play Kata, so I don't know. Chaos Bolt sounds familiar. It's hard for me to remember, so it was Wrath. Okay, that was definitely me. It was... Yeah, it's hard to remember some of the details. Do you know if game will be ported to Switch? Yes, that is the plan. Its requirements too high? Possibly, but I don't think that... Yeah, I think that's the goal, was to port it to all, as many consoles as possible. What are your thoughts on anti-cheat programs that get installed with some games? Are there any that you just would pass on because of certain anti-cheat software? Yeah, that stuff is so funny. Like, like how bad do you want it, right? Is ultimately what it comes down to. It's so funny how it relates to the freedom question. Like, freedom versus safety. Like how badly do you want to feel safe? Because we can lock you up, and make sure nobody gets near you. But that restricts you. So, right? Like, and so ultimately what people want is the best of both worlds, but it's never that simple. Sometimes you have to sacrifice a little bit of your privacy in this case in order to have the game be harsher on cheaters, Harder to cheat means they're up in your business, which means you lose privacy. So I think at the end of the day you have a right to privacy. And so most game companies shouldn't violate that by installing shit on your computer that you didn't ask for or know about. I think that's really bad practice. But I think at the same time, the cost of not doing that is cheaters are going to have an easier time of it. So, and this is my take, knowing next to nothing about what it takes to actually harden computer games against cheaters, because I am not a programmer and I do not know the infrastructure. I have no idea how difficult that job is. I have to assume it's as difficult as it seems, because cheating is rampant in tons of games, despite like a lot of effort and money and very talented people doing their best to try to make it as unobtrusive as possible. So I don't think it's a simple thing of like, this is the right way to do it. I think some people would be willing to give up their privacy in order to make their games, something that is harder to cheat in. But at the end of the day, I think the majority of people would not. So, and I think that slope is extremely slippery. Because there's a lot of bad actors who would, under the guise of, oh, we're trying to make things, safer, or not safer, but trying to make your game have more integrity by preventing cheaters from doing things, and suddenly they're getting into your all kinds of info and selling it off and who knows what, so I think the worry there would be, how much do you trust game companies not to be greedy and exploitive? The answer should probably be not very much. Because they don't, there's too many people in this industry that are not looking out for you. I think original vanilla will always be a very WoW experience, yeah.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, SOD is something different. Yeah, I think a different take and letting you explore that space a little bit was pretty cool. I think a lot of people are enjoying it for that. Also, the world PvP is another thing that, just the fact that it's there again and people are doing it, I think a lot of people just, they miss it, they enjoy it, and they love it. And that's something that's reasonably eternal, Like, if you think about the Counter-Strike experience, why in God's name are people still playing Counter-Strike? Because the experience is eternal in a lot of ways. For a lot of people, it's just like, yeah, I just want to do this over and over and over. It's just so fun. You never know quite what you're going to get. It's just changes just a little bit every time you play because it's against other people. So, yeah, I think World PvP and WoW is similar. So the fact that it was back on even for 3 months or whatever, 6 months, it's just exciting, and the kind of thing that people will sign up for again and again and again. Do I dislike the seasons aspect? Yes. Like, I don't, I shouldn't say dislike. It's not the way I would treat WoW. That's the thing. Like, I've never considered WoW to be a disposable experience. You play it for a little bit, and then you toss out all that work and restart it. You know what I mean? Like, I've always seen it as something eternal. You're developing your character and your social connections and everything else you're developing is something that you want to last, that you want to be connected to now and in the future. And so this idea that it's sort of disposable, I don't think meshes with the core design of what an MMO and a game like WoW is trying to do. So now some people, a lot of people nowadays play it in that way. It's very disposable. They just they run it and then wait for it to kick off another season or another moment in time where they're running it back, and then people jump in and play it again. You know, like how long before there's fresh vanilla servers, you know, fresh classic vanilla servers, and people just jump in and do it again, you know, like, so some people are playing it like a seasonal game. And so, and that design is serving that group, you know, and so it's not for me to say I dislike that. It's just not the way I ever saw WoW working. And, you know, you could make the argument that that's the way I should see it because it's an ancient game at this point. And that's the only way to play it at this point. Nobody's like playing WoW to exist in World of Warcraft, you know, for another 10 years with the same social group and guilds like we did back in the day, right? So that's the only way to think about it, is this new way. But that's just not the way I ever thought about WoW. So. Your team versus the entire population of malignant players with programming knowledge playing your game. Yeah. It's a losing battle most of the time. Wish CS2 had anti-cheat. I don't know what Valve is thinking. It's the first game that I've been playing against cheaters. I enjoyed it. Yeah. Yeah, so it's a tough one. Yeah, Dead Solo. This is a new game. This is No Rest for the Wicked, and I have been 2.5 years now. I think people hate the kernel access anti-cheat. See, I don't even know what that means specifically, kernel access anti-cheat. So you might be tempted to tell me, but it will go in one ear and out the other. Yeah, like, I think you can take steps that give you advantages, but I don't know that anyone's come up with, you know, a foolproof solution for a multiplayer PvP game, you know, that it works for everybody all the time without massively invading your system and that kind of thing. So they're all just steps. It's like just on a scale. The more you do, the more you have to be invasive, and it gives you more control, but you're never quite getting all the way there. Make it socially awkward, yeah. We considered stocks. I might have told you that before. You know, stocks and like the old prison stocks. You know, like Stockade, where you put your hands and head into the stocks in like Stormwind, and the cheaters would be in there, with their names and that kind of thing. But then we realized people would do it for the attention. They would cheat intentionally to be put in those stocks because that's a different form of prestige. So scrap the idea. So yeah, socially, like social ramifications are a very tricky thing to pull off. So people thrive on it. Emphasizes speed in metagaming, yeah. Which again is great for that crowd. There's a crowd that feeds on that, but the weird perception is that that's the only way to play. And that's a huge downer for a lot of people that want a WoW experience. Yeah, well, Tomatoes, that's it. That is, it's very perceptive, I think, because I agree. One of the advantages of Season Discovery is that you can just throw it all out if it didn't work. Oh well, no big loss, you know, like no real permanent damage. You know, you just try something else and reboot, go again. Maybe this one will be better. So, not to say they don't have to do a decent job, but the price of failure is a lot lower. You know, the stakes are lower. Ad break in progress. Day 9 recently did a classic versus retail starting experience. Seemed like he really preferred classic. He was confused at the time in retail. Yeah, retail is less and less for new players, right? More and more for endgame players. You can put it on a trial and jury check and be read by the server, some funny stuff, yeah. Discovering rooms was a lot of fun, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely some really cool things in SOD. Day 9 video is really good. Yeah, I should. Exaggerated. No. No. Someone on Twitch or YouTube was exaggerating? Show yourself out, sir. We will not accept wild accusations like that. Force the tutorial on the BFA, yeah. Right, so it's just trying to convert you into a raider as fast as humanly possible. Because the designers at some point decided that raiding is the only game in town, or, you know, it's the only experience worth having and worth participating in. So, yeah, with that mindset, it's like, why are we wasting players' time by having them level up and do all those things? Why are we wasting development time building cool, you know, race-based starting areas and, you know, a fun leveling experience? Or so you just sort of chip away at why are those things important? Let's not do them at all. Let's do them as homage to the old game, but yeah, we're gonna do them as we're gonna rush you through it, get you to the real game. Singular purpose. We're all decks here, people. We're selling it all. Oh, I have this 3% health and damage dealt, and then a ton of health healing modifiers, so that's why I'm getting all this. Sweet, sweet. Regen from healing. It's a bit much. But there you have it. Ooh. 95 dude. Still no sapphire. Oh, pick my pants up. Forgot about those. Yeah, maybe I need to sell them most likely. That. Sell all of those.
Warn you.
How much copper I got? 16. Ooh, we're doing upgrades.
A true serum?
You look like the adventure.
Salvation to our
We're doing upgrades.
Blind. I take it you saw the madrigal from Phelan arrive. Oof, what a magnificent creature she is.
What a magnificent
It's
creature.
about time the mainland brought some rigor and respect to our...
Respect. Oh, he's upgraded. Very nice, very nice. Let's get this going. Greenwich. Greenwich. Alchemy. Probably Eleanor. Oh, I should have saved.
I hear you.
Should have saved some copper to upgrade my daggers. Mistakes were made. Mushroom Road. I'd argue that was lost starting with TBC. Yeah, I mean, direction of that definitely started early in a lot of ways, but
I've scoured the realm, so you don't have to.
did I need convincing to work on this? Not much. They sent me an early copy of the build, or an early build of the game, and I was blown away. Because if you watched my streams, you know, back in the day, many of you have, you'll know that I made claims about how stagnant the Diablo design model had become over the years. Like, it just seemed like everything in the space was about the same as it had been for 20 years. And so I was like, where's the evolution? Where's the innovation, you know? And then I saw this build and I was just like, oh my god, I can jump and climb and the combat is really weighty and meaningful. And so I was pretty blown away. And I was just like, yeah, this would be a very fun game. You any ARPGs? No, I do not. I mean, Diablo likes. Because yeah, ARPGs is like, I don't know, that covers, to me that covers Dark Souls, you know, lots of, any RPG that has like character progression and is also not turn-based, right? That's an action RPG to me, so very broad category. Now I know to a lot of people ARPG basically means Diablo, Path of Exile, Last Epoch, what's the other one? I played it a little bit. Well, you know what I mean. This is KJRPG, right, so. But yeah, like, that category is pretty broad for me. Yeah, Grim Dawn is in there. The predecessors to Grim Dawn. But, yeah, what was the one? Oh, Lost Ark. Lost Ark was what I was thinking of. Titan Quest, yeah. But yeah, Lost Ark was what I was thinking of. Diablo 2 Remaster, really impressed with. And the quality of the remaster, or just Diablo 2's design? Just Diablo 2's design is, yeah, pretty good. But it's like, yeah, I mean, a lot of people are still stuck on Diablo 2. You know, they're just like, not stuck, but like, that's the design that they like and hasn't really been improved upon. So PoE is like Diablo 2, inspired by Diablo 2, and then trying a bunch of additional things. So they do innovate. But like I wouldn't say not in the way that this game does. And that might be what you want, right? Like, all you want is a few more bells and whistles and slightly different mechanics, and like, you don't want, because there's risk in this too. The risk that we've seen is like the hybrid hybrid design concepts of Souls and Diablo is like we're getting hate from both sides, right? Because it's like Diablo people hate the Souls-like combat. How dare you have stamina? You know, stamina is a horrible system. I can't attack as much as I want. What the hell game is this? Or monster density. Like I fight one thing at a time. That's terrible. Where's the power fantasy? You know, and the Souls-like people are complaining about. What are they complaining about? Not being, or being too much like Diablo. Oh, well, I give you some examples. I haven't heard this a lot, but you get hate from them on things like, I can't beat the game naked, right, will be a thing, right? So I have to improve my gear. I have to play this, you know, so much of this sort of like RPG, numbers, math, progression thing in order to advance. Otherwise, the boss kills me in one hit, and I have to hit him 40 million times in order to kill him, right? So, you know, one of the things we're trying to do is that your gear matters, right? So your skill matters a lot, and probably ultimately it'll be more than 50% of it is your skill. But we still want your gear to matter so that all the other systems matter. You know, chopping down trees matters. Looking for interesting ways to combo the modifiers on your weapons, you know, like trying to squeeze mathematical advantages out of these combinations. Like that is a fun game for a lot of people. And so that's the thing we're trying to bring to the Souls experience, which is traditionally, if you're good enough, you can beat the whole game naked and never get hit, right? And that'll be much more difficult in a game that we're making because, we want gear to matter. So, but yeah, so the risk you run every time you try to do something different and new is that you get hate from, in this case, both sides. That just don't like the combination of these things. They just want another game. And fair enough, you know, like they want a beautiful game that sounds great, has another new great story, good cinematics, like, but other than that, it's basically just Diablo, you know. Some people want that, or some people just want another Souls experience. The Souls games aren't coming out fast enough for them, so they want another thing to fill the slot for another 20, 30 hours, and then by then maybe Elden Ring and DLC will be out, you know, or whatever it is. So, you know, there's always going to be people that just want the one thing that they really like, and how dare you not make every game satisfy their needs. But,
Warrior's only
yeah.
as good as many thanks, Sarah.
Many thanks. It's not a couple of thanks. Many. Alright, what are we doing here? We like these pants? Yeah, I like these pants. So we upgrade them. That's what we do. And that's all we can do. We're gonna need a lot of craft leather. Oh, we can sell. Some shield. What else can we sell? That's about it. Those are good games, right? So, yeah. Like, I've enjoyed all of them to some extent. I enjoyed Diablo 4 for a time. It just didn't last, you know, which I've come to expect. Because that's one of the things I've noticed in myself. Is my appetite for Diablo-like games has diminished over the years because they haven't really done anything new. Like, I feel like I've played it.
May your will be
And
half
so,
as strong as my work.
while I'm caught up in the glorious cinematics that were Diablo 4, the actual experience itself wasn't gonna sustain me because I'd been there and done that, you know. So Diablo 2 is my favorite game ever, and nice, yeah. They did a great job with the remaster. Slightly better than Warcraft 3 Reforged, just slightly better. Really love isometric games. There aren't any Dark Souls like isometric games. Yeah, there actually are, but they're very, very low budget. Very, very indie.
May your will be half as
I
strong
can't
as my
remember the
word.
names, but I think one was called EITR, EITR. But yeah,
Nothing sings
so,
like steel.
you know, our studio is bigger than that, but definitely some people, there's definitely people in the world that were like, oh, we should do something like that. There was another one too, but I can't remember.
May your will be half
Anyway,
as strong as my word.
there's been a couple of very, very extremely indie. The games you will have. Tighter might be in development hell, maybe, yeah. We should play Tunic. Interesting. Haven't even heard that one yet. Thank you, RT. Nice to see you. Lovely to have you, as always.
What's next on the list?
Although it's just more PC friendly, yeah. In terms of like keyboard and mouse. Yeah, we're still working on it. But yeah, it is on PC, so we do want it at the end of the day to be PC friendly. Gaming needs a first-person perspective Diablo, deeply keeping all the design key points of Diablo 1. Interesting. Someone will figure out a way to beat the game naked. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm not here to say no one will beat the game naked. Of course they will. But it will be more difficult than Souls games. Yeah, I mean they'll find a place to fall through the world somehow. So you know, the speedrunners, you know, never count them out. They can make monsters and MMOs, actively raid cities.
Nothing sings like
Horde of gnolls trying to siege Stormwind and players to defend the city. Yeah. Yeah, those ideas have been thought about for many, many years. But the trick there is always, do we interrupt regular service?
You son of a bitch.
Because the second most players can't
May your will be half
sell
as
their
strong
shit
as my word.
because the gnolls are attacking. They get really upset. But if you remember Dark Age of Camelot, no, not Dark Age of Camelot, Warhammer did that. When one side kept winning in the PvP, they would eventually siege the enemy capital. And
May your will be half as strong as my word.
I don't remember, but I want to say that you couldn't use the city while they were invading it. Like, you had to go help fight them off because the enemy realm was actually up in your business. And so, again, like, really, really ambitious ideas and really cool. But, yeah, the drawbacks are, oh man, I only had 3 hours tonight between my 27 jobs and my 14 wives and my 87 kids.
Like steel.
I just wanted to jump on a Saturday and sell some stuff and go do a quest, and I jump in and my town's being seized and I can't do that, goddamn. You know? And that guy's getting, you know, he's writing a stern letter, you know, to his congressman about that one. So, yeah, like, you gotta be all in on some of these ideas. They don't match with, like, people's player sensibilities. So it's a tough one. It's a tough one to solve.
May your will be half
It's the wives that really take all the time. The kids, I mean, they fight each other. They keep each other busy. Jobs, well, you gotta do the jobs. Mostly because the wives just want, you know how it goes. I don't need to tell you. What do you think of gaming as a hobby becoming a primarily social space these days? Please have some asked for co-op for decades. Yeah, like, this is that old Warren Spector thing, right? Like, the age of the single-player game is over. He said something along those lines, like, all games, and I think it was Warren Spector that said something. lines, but like all games will be multiplayer in the future. And yeah, I mean, more and more we're an internet species, we're an online species, right? So there's a lot to be said for the fact that that's primarily the game of town. But man, like having what when Blizzard was done with me, and I sort of took a giant sabbatical from WoW and other MMOs, and I dove back into all the other game genres that I had been missing because I was no-lifing MMOs for so many years. Like, I was just blown away and so refreshed and so... It was such a treat to go back through and play a bunch of single-player games, and they blew my mind. The good ones blew my mind in totally different ways, totally new, or ways that I hadn't really felt in a long time. So the idea that they're like phasing out or anything is not real. But yeah, we're getting more and more of our sort of social needs met online. Probably for the worst.
May your will be half as strong as my work.
And so that means, the demand for more and more social interactions through games is desirable. That's my take on that. A vehicle for hanging out, yeah. Yep. Return of Reckoning? I haven't. So, how you doing? I heard about it, but I think my time with that game is over. There's a lot of games that my time with them is over. I love them, and I've played them a lot, and enjoyed my time with them, but yeah. Got a strong axe hand and a mind to run a null protection racket, yeah. Can't please everyone all the time, yeah, and I wish more people were okay with that. But people that want money first do not take that approach, so that's an indie idea. I'm going to make a thing for a certain group, usually myself, and whoever's like me. And, everyone else doesn't like it can go play something else, But for people that are interested in money, they want all of it. Yeah, you gotta make your game. A lot of times you have to sacrifice your design principles to accommodate way more people. And, like...
Nothing sings like steel.
What are really good games? What is a really good game? Like... I have people constantly telling me how good they think Tyranny is, how underrated it is, things like that. And it's like, yeah, I mean, critics loved it, there's a lot of players that loved it, but it was not commercially successful. So no one will even look at it twice when it comes to, like, winning any kind of award or anything like that. Because, like, commercially successful is the metric. And a lot of people would say it's the only metric that matters. But, and so, to some extent, getting everyone to play it, having it be massively commercially successful, and just on the lips of everyone playing it,
nothing sings like steel.
Arguably the only approach. So... But... some of us want games that are just doing all those little things that we like.
Nothing sings like steel.
What's up, Pastor Dave? Not with 14 wives, you can't, that's right. Compromises. War invented the public quest system in WoW. WoW basically stole it. Yeah, public quest system I think was after my time. But that was one of their big innovations in the genre. The achievement system, they had the best presentation for the achievement system in any game to that point. With the journal, you know, it was just so well done. That's what I wish I wish WoW had stolen that for their, what do they call it? The Dungeon Compendium or whatever? Where they just tell you everything ahead of time. Here are the bosses, here's the loot you're gonna get. You know, like, if you remember the war one, it was like just a bunch of question marks. Like you opened with this book and it was just a million question marks. And then as you did things,
Nothing sings like
it revealed those question marks. And that was just perfect. And then and some of them were in series, so they would give you the first one and it would entice you to go get the second one. So it was kind of a quest system built in as well. It was so good. Oh, it was so good.
Only as good as his
We never got around, when I was there, we had never gotten around to doing that journal. But that was one thing I always told people that would listen on the team. We should be doing this. This is amazing. We didn't prioritize it, so it fell off. And then by the time they got around to doing it, I was gone. So I couldn't tell them, no. Don't just give everything to everyone for free. And I don't care if someone will just wiki it. I really just don't. Like, a lot of people still play without doing wiki things, so include it in the game and make them go do the things that, you know, have it be as natural an in-game experience as possible. You know, all the people are going to spoil or whatever, they go spoil, and they don't affect their experience, or they accidentally ruin their experience without realizing it. But most of the people that are going to go wiki the first time they don't know anything don't really care about the experience. They just want the reward. The reward is the experience, right? So let them do what they're going to do and leave all the other people that want a natural, fun, cool experience to experience it that way. So, anyway. But yeah, that I can't remember what they called it. The Tome of Knowledge or whatever. It was just so good. So good.
Warrior's only as good as his weapon.
You like the hanging out more than they like the games? Yeah. Yeah. It's an interesting thing. Like, the younger generation is definitely more desperate than I was for social interaction, just because we're so isolated these days, and some of them live through COVID.
As good as his weapon.
When they were young, and I can't imagine what that's like. Like, oh god. So, yeah, I mean, they're totally different needs. And there's a lot of things, like, when I grew up, like, we didn't have the internet, right? So we played board games, tabletop games, or we went to pick up sports, you know, like basketball, Friday nights. That's what we did. And not everyone liked all of those things, but you did it to hang out. That's what your bros were doing. That's where you were. Like so. It wasn't just a lot of times. Sometimes for some people, it was an excuse to hang out. Yeah. So I totally get it. You're too centaur in a trench coat. Just and yourself, please. You're having a perfectly good discussion. Single-player games are powerful story medium. Imagine if novels just went away. Yeah.
Warrior's only as good as his weapon.
Yeah, there's things that single-player do. Single-player games do that a lot of these games and other games can't. So
nothing
scratches like Jesus out of an itch. So setting how shallow Starfield was. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't play it, but it looked. Yeah. The Shockmaster. So. I had to learn. Quite interesting for someone that never felt challenged by games. Yeah. Mamita. That's a game? I've never heard of it. AoE loot mop came from Rift. Personal loot. I don't know. Strong feelings about
nothing stings like steel.
I can't see exact possibility numbers, yeah.
Nothing sings like steel.
And you know, and some of that might be a response to Deadly Boss mods, you know, like, let's tell them in this journal so that they don't have to download a thing, but
Nothing sings like steel.
I don't know. So here's my wild take on a lot of that stuff. A lot of raid-related things. Wow. You know what I would do? It's the exact opposite of what retail's been trying to do, which is make everyone a raider. Right? Everyone wants to raid. Everyone's essentially in the same pool of I'm a raider. Doesn't matter who you are, and they're all interacting with each other. I mean, like, so. You know, some are obviously doing Mythic Plus or World First, and others are like barely scratching the surface just for gear, pugging, you know, the normal raid levels, you know. So there's still a bunch of variants in there, but they're all still all in the same pool of this is the activity and we're all trying to do it in order to get gear and increase our thing, right? And there's all kinds of problems with matching all those people together because ultimately the sweaties just hate the casuals and the casuals hate the sweaties, but they always have to deal with each other, and so more and more toxicity, right? Which is the expected result when you jam a bunch of people in together that are in different levels, you know. But I've always considered raiding to be a very small percentage of very highly skilled players. And anytime those two groups started to get together more or convinced that they should be together or start acting like they deserve to be in the same, I would want to make raids even sweatier. You know, like, I would want to create even more distance between those two groups so that there were the sweaty dudes and they were the only ones that did this stuff. And do you remember back in the day when, like, people used to make fun of hardcore raiders? Like, a lot of you are hardcore raiders, so you may remember that what people thought of you, you know? Neckbeards and sweat lords and no lifers, you know, like these words were, these terms came out of a time when, yeah, poop sockers, right? So those terms were derogatory. They came out of it. Now it's a prideful thing. I'm a no-lifer. I crush video games, right? Like, now there's some pride to it. So kudos to, like, turning it around. But it was legitimately, I mean, people at that level were legitimately frowned upon by most players of, like, a game like, even like WoW, where they spent 40 hours a week playing. They were doing so casually still. You're only level 40. You play 40 hours a week, right? But they were like, I don't want to be like that person. I don't know, that's gross, you know, like, I don't want to raid, then I'm one of those people, you know? And that was, to me, that was perfect. That was like, yeah, keep those groups separate. Let the no-lifers be, like, super hardcore about everything. All that matters is progression. You have to have all the mods. You have to be, you know, have your world buffs, and you have to have made 1 million consumables before you show up or you're going to get kicked, you know, like, let that group be crazy like that. And then let everyone else just be, like, way more chill, you know, and just trying to beat the dungeons, you know, and trying to,
May your will be half as strong as my
or trying to do whatever, or just show up and hang out, you know, like, let raiding be a thing that's still important to the game design and part of the experience, but for a very small group of really, really sweaty people. And then make sure that there's still plenty to do for all the other people that are still level 40 after playing for 6 months, you know, like, I think that's a way better answer to, let's jam these groups together and just amplify the toxicity because they don't belong in the same group, you know, and they never really wanted to be. Like, again, all the normies, right, the casuals were perfectly happy in a lot of cases, not being a part of that stinky mess, you know, right? And all the stinky, sweaty poop stalkers were super happy that they didn't have to deal with dude that can't show up because he's late home from work, or hang on, I gotta go check the baby, or whatever. You know, like, they were super happy that they didn't have to deal with that. Like, everyone in their guild was as freaking sweaty as they were, so I don't know. That's what I think works better, you know. South Park made fun of them. Yeah, like, with so many people made fun of that whole playstyle. It's just too much commitment for a video game.
Half as strong as my work.
Rating weakness is a big thing. Yeah, huge. Full good blue gear. Yeah, loops. Yeah. And you're just in a whole different class, you know, and you didn't want to interact with the normies, you know.
May your will be half as strong as my work.
Gotta go talk to my, yeah, like one of my 14 wives is aggroing. Gotta go deal with that.
Nothing sings.
The sweat has trickled down to the masses, yeah. It's stank, right? So, and the design is largely responsible for that. Let's make it so that everybody raids. Let's make it so you get the full story only by raiding, you know? And they softened that a little bit. Like, Wrath started to soften that with, like, you got to see the Lich King at the end of dungeon runs and things, and get a lot more of the story, but like, it's okay. Like, I don't know. Like, it's okay that not everyone gets all the things. I don't know. That's my hot take. Separate them even more. But it's too late at this point, most likely. I see that as a really big mistake. And it was part of the same mistake that said leveling up characters is lame and we should just rush it through it so they become a raider as fast as possible. End game only. It's in the same mistake time period, you know, or design thinking, but just huge damage to the social fabric of the experience. Thank you, Chatterate. Welcome along. World revamp, we're all about when it comes back to the local world sandbox, dungeons and raids, limited degree difficulty to make the world more challenging, yeah.
Warrior's only as good as his weapon.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, make raids just seem like a incomprehensible jump. You're getting used to, like, farming the dungeons. Going from that to raiding is, like, daunting. It's like, oh my god, never be good enough for that kind of thing. I think that's actually
your will
important.
Be half as strong as my work.
Yeah, Pastor Dave, it's a bit of both. But the design, I give credit to design, and I assign blame to design, like, a lot more in both cases, because I believe that game designers
May your will be half as strong
are in control of what players are doing, a lot more so than, you know, for good or bad, a lot more so than
Nothing
a lot of people
seems like steel.
really believe or want to think.
May your will be half as strong as my work.
Some of the stories in the game are best experienced through excited whispers of legendary deeds and not firsthand. That's right. Yeah, so you're running along, you're level 50. You know, you just finished Sunken Temple. You got your shiny new sword. Run back to Stormwind. And you see a guy who's got dragon breath coming out of his shoulder pads or whatever. And you're just like, what the hell is that? You know? And you're in awe, and you're like, oh my god, that guy looks amazing. He's so cool. You might even show him a little bit of, you know, respect / adoration. Dude, you look amazing. You're so awesome. Holy cow. And then you've run to the bank after you know, heap some praise on him, and you say, basically in the back of your mind, you're whispering to your friend, "Oh my god, I just saw a guy with dragon flame coming out of his shoulders. What a loser." He probably hasn't showered in weeks or ever seen a woman. So it can be both things, right? Like, and I think it's fine, you know? Like, not everyone's going to be like, "Now I have to do that." Some people are, but that's, you know, that's kind of their thing. And if they're truly committed, they'll do whatever it takes to overcome that hurdle to go from clearing dungeons to raiding or whatever. And that's how you know it's an achiever. They're up for it. All the tourists who aren't that type of person, and they just want to hang out and, you know, shoot the crap with their friends and do a couple dungeons as an excuse to hang out, as we're talking about, they're going to do that. They're going to be fine.
May your will be half as strong as my work.
Oh, thank you so much, Sham, man. I'm glad you like it.
Warrior's only as good as his weapon.
Yeah. Appreciate you. 500 gold entry fee.
May your will be half as strong as my work.
Blacksmith's in-game dialogue reminds me of WoW voice lines. Alright. People bowed to the war horses. Yeah. Full judgment. That's so good. I was part of the world first initiative kill in vanilla days. Were the devs tracking that stuff pretty hard? Yeah. I don't know what servers you were on, but if it was NA or EU, then a bunch of your attempts and your victories were probably observed firsthand by designers on the team. Like, we're actually there watching. Like invisible and floating in the air.
Half as strong as my work.
You know, that kind of thing. Using GM tools to, like, observe. On the Proudmoore server, okay. Yeah, so it's very, very likely. Especially the raid designers. Because they were looking for bugs. Like, there's no proper tests in real world. So they wanted to see that all the mechanics were working. They wanted to see how people were trying to do things. So they watched intently. I wasn't watching too often, but I occasionally watched some. But some of those guys were like, yeah, every attempt that was made early on, we were watching directly. And we're blown away by the tactics, or laughing at somebody for doing stupid things, or
nothing things steal.
Or like, oh god, he's not supposed to do that. Oh no, his rage timer didn't go off, or, you know, whatever. Like, there were all kinds of things. Is Fillmore Boris high stand? I don't know. The names. That's right. We always had our finger on the deep breath button, so it felt random. The reason you guys were confused about how it actually worked in the early days.
May your will be half
Just
as strong
because
as my work.
It's all dependent on if somebody had their coffee that day.
Nothing sings like steel. Warrior's only as good as his weapon.
What's next on the list?
Ooh, flails. Yeah, that would be cool. I like that idea a lot. Yeah, we can get, we can definitely get more Asian with it. We have the katana, but man, some of those rope weapons and chain weapons, oof, that'd be fun. How about a 3-section staff?
Nothing sings like steel. May your will be half as strong as my
Yeah,
work.
not difficult to animate at all, but we have to build like a whole physics engine just for those weapons, but it's fine. Totally worth it. Especially with like the flame or the cold, you know, chance on it. Yeah, particle effects, working perfectly. All easy. Going sword and board. Love how it feels. Yeah, good. That's good to hear. I'm glad somebody. It's like I'm a classic sword. I love sword and board, but I don't feel it's quite there yet. Some of it's just numbers tuning, but yeah, something about it feels off. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. I think hopefully we can make it even better. Right. I think it's one of the areas that needs some love. Nothing stings like steel. That's right. Remember our guild was so secretive about strats. Oh yeah, Deep Red was a struggle. Yeah, the good old days. That was proprietary info, right? Never got as bad as EVE Online gets, but yeah, that was serious business back then. Whoever did the visual effects for the trees, yeah. There's so much in this game that's just jaw-dropping. I'm so impressed with these. With a lot of our teammates. A lot of my teammates. And in a lot of cases, I don't even know who they are, really. That's the sad part. I don't know who's doing this work. I hope that that could be rectified at some point. It's just like, man. I mean, I heap praise upon them and, eternal company things, but I don't know how to single people out. Same people folks did Ori, yeah, both Ori games. I was sword and board until the first boss gave me the big one, yeah. Yeah, we're trying to do something a little different. So, Souls is like Dark Souls and the other games. They give you a 100% shield pretty quickly, and then there's not a lot of progression there, and it just feels it's really like it's overpowered in a lot of situations and then useless in it, so we're trying not to hit. That's not our target. It's not our target. We're trying to do a little better than that, make it more interesting, compelling, progression, etc. So, but yeah, it needs work. You have to meet some of them. Yeah, like we do retreats. Like, company does retreats, which are really nice. But yeah, I haven't. I've been so busy with family stuff that I haven't been able to attend. And the last one got canceled at the last minute. Real world events and all. But yeah. But unfortunately, I haven't been able to. That's one of the things I hope to rectify in the future, is that I could attend more of these events and actually sit down and talk to people that did so much of this amazing work, and just heap in-person praise upon them.
Sarah?
This game you're working? Yes, Trey. Welcome along. It is good. I give it my personal seal of approval. I guarantee for your money back within 2 hours of purchase. You will love this game. It'll be your favorite game of all time. I was playing WoW with you. Oh, nice, thanks. Welcome along. I have been working on this game for a couple of years now. It's great, and it's got a ton more potential that we can actually achieve. So I'm really excited. I'm very thankful to be able to be working on it. And yeah. Do the big wig or what? No, definitely not the big wig. I'm not the vision holder, but I advise the vision holder. So, for good or bad, everything that we do right in your mind was definitely my idea, and everything you do wrong in your mind is definitely someone else's. Okay, can I claim that? It's much better than cats. All right, you're gonna Brixton. Middlewig. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so. I think the game is going to be one of my faves. Nice, Utrain. Hype on the game catches. Guys are on the way. Yeah, it's gotten a lot of really good early hype. Like, the mixed reviews, I don't think reflect people's general feel. Like, we're not in mixed anymore. We're now at mostly positive. But the early launch had us at mixed reviews. But I don't think that's like proportionate to how like streamers and various other people that were playing it and were, you know, the time that they were having, the experience they were having. One is because performance issues were just preventing people from playing it. So naturally, if you can't play the game to even evaluate if it's any fun, you're not going to like it. You're going to leave a bad review. So totally understandable, totally justified. Another one was we messed up on some of the localization for Chinese, and little known fact, but there are a lot of Chinese people. It's just one of the things about them that you may not know, but there's a lot of them. Yeah, so, and a lot of them, you know, were let down, and they let us know. So, yeah. Again, rightfully so. But we're overcoming. We're fixing a lot of that stuff. And a lot of people have been nice enough to modify their review from bad to good after we made some changes. So we're getting there. And there's, you know, it's early access. There's still a long way to go. But I think for the people that have played, been able to play, and been able to experience not just the first hour, you know, where things might be a shock to the system, but have actually taken some time and, you know, jumped into the deeper end. I think a lot of them are having a pretty good time. Now, obviously, that doesn't matter if you can't stand the game in the first hour. So we got to look at the early game, make sure it's exactly what we want it to be, where we want it to be, and make sure that we're, you know, telling people what the game is all about and hitting the right tones and striking a balance between tutorializing but also selling that we want this game to be pretty difficult. We want it to be challenging. We don't want you to go through enemies and it's not Diablo, right? So, but hopefully, yeah, we can get it polished up right where we want it to be. What was the other thing I was going to say? Can't remember, but oh yeah, and if not, we can always just say, "Don't worry. After 1,000 hours, it gets fun." I think most people accept that and are really excited. You know, when a game advertises that, they're really excited. 1,000 grueling hours of pain and misery. So they get to the good bit. It's Crash Bandicoot. Do the things D4 and LE didn't do. That's a list. Zone Warfare dropped today and got mixed reviews because of performance. Okay. Yeah, season 4, right. Four full seasons of terrible. You're still around, it gets real interesting. Mixed reviews because of performance. I heard some really bad things about design decisions, but they've also got performance problems. Yeah. $250 True Believer pack for the Wicked. Yeah, let you fly and dupe items. Oh, it's gonna be so good. What else could we give in the $250 pack? Oh, we will not be doing this. The full experience is hidden behind the $250. Was that Star Wars Outlaws? Day 1 DLC? Extra bag slot, yeah. That's what people are filing for. A crappy magic sword. The critic's paradox. If you don't play enough, then you haven't experienced it. If you have played enough, then what are you complaining about? You got your money's worth. That's right. Or put it, never read it put quite like that. It's funny. You barely played. How can you comment? Yeah, that's an interesting thing today too. And I realize money's tight. You know, pretty much everywhere you go. And so it's a reason why people are looking for their money's worth, you know, and they want a definitive answer. But what's interesting is that, to me, is that people think that someone else can tell them it's worth the money, you know. Like you would take my word for it, you know, or anyone's word for it. The power of suggestion, I guess. If I tell you it's worth it, then the chance goes up that it, in your mind, it will have been worth it, regardless of what reality might be. I did, Chan Man. Yeah, I spoke about it a lot near the beginning of the stream. Why are you late? You were expected here. How long ago? 4 hours ago. Yeah. Why are you late? Here's a TLDR.
Dylan! You son of a bitch.
Outrageous. Dollars are not banned from the stream. Due to inflation. Horse people as a companion. Horse people. We have no centaurs in the game so far, and we have no dwarves in the game so far. So, where are we at? Where are we at in your mind? Is it a wash? Is it net good, net bad? You're getting brain rot for hitting STNC. Worth. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for me to get some sleep. More work to do tomorrow on this very game. Presentations, big discussions. We have to tweak how fast Fillmore swings his hammer. We're thinking of reducing it by 20%. Some people think we should increase it by 10%. Lots to discuss. Gotta get that just
Warrior
right.
is only as good as his weapon.
Thank you all so much for being here. Really appreciate it. But yeah, I'll try to make this a regular thing. Regular for me probably doesn't mean any more than once a week. But, yeah, we'll play some, talk about the game. Prepare questions for next time. I will do my best to answer them. And your homework is to get to level 10. Already level 10? Alright, 15. Good night, guys.
Nothing sings like
Sweet dreams.